real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Martin Roger Stone, cause the world know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell
I believe there's a hero in all of us that keeps us honest, gives us strength, makes us noble, and finally allows us to die. And years later, they'll tell how they stood in the rain for hours just to get a glimpse of the one who taught them to hold on a second longer.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Skitty says, hey.
Hey.
Skitty. Now she's gone. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show.
Yes. Welcome, everybody, to the Unrelenting Political Corner with Ruby Quinn, Jimmy Bell, and friends. Welcome, everybody. Enter the chat right now so that we can give a shout out to you in a minute.
So explain to me what you were, the whole first clip you played. Was it just the hold on? Was that the whole key to that?
And the story of Spider-Man. Because the meme says, without superpowers, without the suit, without anything, he still went ahead in that building and saved the kid.
Oh, okay. Now I get you. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So it's inspirational to me.
Okay.
I thought, so I clipped it and I said, I want to play this. Because he didn't have to do it, but he did it.
Right.
You know?
And that's kind of like what a lot of us do. We don't have to be doing what we're doing. You know, we're literally doing this to help educate folks.
Yep. And, you know, later on, I might have to trim that out for the music or, you know, copyright or whatever. So only if you are here live will you be able to enjoy live clips. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yep, that's true.
Yep. Even my mid intro for like the hot topic thing, I had to trim it out because of the music. So until I re-edit that and put another house music kind of beat to it, because I love house music,
right?
I had to trim it. So whoever was here last week were the exclusive ones that got to see what that clip was. So now you know. You have to be here live if you want to watch these live clips.
And hopefully you've had your coffee or whatever else keeps you awake, because we go for a while. So what we go to like 1:30 last week? Oh my God, I can't be doing that every Tuesday.
No, yeah. I'm gonna try to keep it till midnight because we have Jimmy on here. But you never know, in the future, I might stream more often. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe I could have you for every Tuesday.
Right.
And then in the future, I could have different co-hosts, different days that we go on and we stream all the time. So that might be a possibility. All right. I'm going to go to the chat now. I gave everybody at least 5 minutes to enter the chat. We are also streaming on Jimmy's channel. So if you are watching in the future, or if you're watching right now from Jimmy's channel, welcome to the show. We are streaming on 2 different pages. So you might not see everybody's comments. So just wanted to let you know there. But you will see them on screen because I will bring up everybody's comments. Hello to John Marciano. He's always here. Always here. And Tony finally came early. She's been coming late to a couple of streams and missing stuff. So she's here finally early.
Hey, John, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Those kind words. Thank you. I appreciate you, buddy.
And Jane Spitfire. Hi, Jane. Hi, Johnny. J-Man. Who else? Illegal Immigrant. Jeannie Jewel. Welcome. Rosie. She says, hi, everybody. What are we going to learn today?
Oh, and if you're watching on my channel and there's a live chat, I've never been in the live chat because I really, since I'm on my phone, I can't swap between the channels and everything. So the only thing I can really do is there's a little chat button down here that I can hit and I can look at comments, but then it says join the chat, but I'm afraid to do that because I don't want to get kicked out of the studio. So I just stick with what I got. So yeah, ask me a question. We'll try to see it and then I'll answer them. Ruby does a pretty good job of getting those up.
Yeah, I put everybody up on stage. Oh, excuse me. Elaine, welcome to the chat. Mrs. So Much More, welcome. She says, hi, guys. I finally caught another live. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. And Julian, welcome back. I'm starting to recognize a few users coming back.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've gotten a lot of good response by changing the name to the Unrelenting Political Corner. Quinn really liked that fact last week because he felt like he could talk more on stuff. So, and then some of the folks that are not associated with Jehovah's Witnesses or the XJW community, they really like the fact that we change it up a little bit.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad. It makes me happy too, because I want people to participate without feeling that there's a specific label or community that we're targeting. It should just be for everybody and open to all political viewpoints. I actually encourage it. If you have a different viewpoint than Jimmy or me, I encourage you to join the stage. Oh, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Okay. That's what I forgot to do. There's always something. Okay, so the link should be there in the chat, everybody. I will pin it to my channel in a second. But I encourage anybody who's, exploring the political spectrum, or you may already know who you are politically and you want to express that or explain it or literally anything. I don't care. I love to hear it because politics became a passion of mine. Elaine says, I only listen and obey. Oh, that's so cringy.
That is cringy. Straight to my head, I thought of the song, the freaking Watchtower song. Listen. It went straight to my head. See how that indoctrination still works a little bit? It's still, there's triggers. Listen and obey. Screw that.
Yeah, exactly. We don't do that over here. We don't listen and just obey. Okay, so I pinned it to my chat. I cannot pin it on Jimmy's chat because I am not authorized on his channel, but I'll just, periodically post the link again just in case anybody from Jimmy's page wants to join us.
Yeah.
Hi, Dallas. Hi, Yvonne. Okay. Awesome, everybody. So I put Jimmy Bell to go first with his news hour so that we can do the blast and get the, the real news out there before I go into my shenanigans and start, getting people all offended and riled up. Oh, Gigi. Hey, Gigi. Okay. And I've also been doing this, I've changed the template here. So when Jimmy does his news hour, I kind of blow him up. Okay. I kind of blow him up like this template, instead of just having us like this. Oh, this might be even better. Well, let me know in the comments which template you like better. Do you want to see both of our faces here like this? Or when Jimmy's talking, I can just blow him up like that and put me little. You let me know how you guys feel. But for now, I'm going to switch it around this way. Okay, good. All right, guys, you got a few minutes to hop in the chats before Jimmy comes back. We have like 2 minutes to kill. Yeah.
I had to take an early bathroom break.
Good. Oh, Eric's here. Hi, Eric. Michelle Price. All right.
Yeah, she's cool.
Both
Yeah, she's cool.
Okay. So when Jimmy's giving your news hour, I was thinking of blowing us up a little bit bigger like this.
Ooh, I like that.
You like this better?
Just leave it like that. I can actually see myself.
Mira, we should have done this way earlier. We're
like
still
that.
amateurs to YouTube.
Hang with us, y'all. It's usually a slow start, but we get going.
Yes, we're killing time for you guys to enter the chat. For you guys to arrive. Okay, I think we're ready. Oh, Butterfly Queen, hello. Who else? Okay, I think that's it. Lisa Sands, bring on the shenanigans. Yeah, I'm going to bring it on after Jimmy gives us the real news about what's going on in the world. And then I'm going to do my thing. K Fred, welcome to You Caught Alive. Awesome. All right, I'm going to let Jimmy do his thing. I'm going to put my glasses on.
Okay.
We're going to get all legit for the news.
Now, remember, folks, when we're doing this, like I said, I'm giving you the headlines. If you find a particular headline you want us to elaborate on or see if we have anything to elaborate on, put it in the chat. Or are we allowing people to jump on the stream during this? If
you want to, because I already put the link in the chat. Jimmy just says, as long as you're relevant to the news.
Yes.
Then hop on.
Yeah,
okay.
As long as if there's a topic that you have more information on, please come on and share that with us. But we're going to stay on topic on the news because I got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the weekend. And I also have some information to talk about on these tariffs and the big picture strategy of what is trying to be accomplished here. And it trips me out that so many people talk about these tariffs and they have all these bad things to say about it, but yet 6 months ago they didn't even know that word existed.
For some people.
Yeah, for some so it trips me out. It really frustrates me when someone tries to, I'll put this on Facebook, when someone tries to debate me knowing that they have not done any research on a particular subject or know anything about it. And they'll just try to debate me with Google. And it's like, I had that happen with the 401k things, which let me write that down. Because there's a misconception. You know what? I'll go ahead and talk about the 401ks real quick and I'll get into the news. I had someone last night say something about the 401ks and that people are losing money, and which is true. And they said it's, all tied to the stock market. 401ks are all tied to the stock market. Okay. That's not completely accurate. Because you can actually invest in things, mutual bonds, even cash. What was the other thing that you can invest in? Oh, crap. I put it on. Crap. I just completely forgot. But there's other different things that you can invest in with your 401k that's not directly tied to the stock market. And what happens is when people go and they get their 401ks through their jobs, they just sign up for whatever they just sign up for whatever is available. They don't look into it. They don't look at how that 401k is structured. Is it tied completely to the stock market, or are there other things where you can diversify your investments? Now, I know this stuff because I'm in the insurance business. I have to do continuing education on 401ks.
Mm-hmm.
So when you find out that only 10%, I think I actually wrote this down somewhere, that only 10% of Americans own 88% of the stocks.
Mm-hmm.
10%. The other 40% own the other 12% of the stocks. 50% of us own nothing.
Right.
So, and I'm just curious, I wish I knew what the number was, how many of those 50% are out there on social media acting like they know a damn thing about 401ks?
Good point. Mm-hmm.
You know, it just drives me crazy. So a well-diversified 401k, if you have that and you educate yourself on that instead of just signing whatever the company has out there for you, then you can weather when the stock market goes down and up and all. You can weather the storms. So, you know, and we all know, I mean, if you're going to mess in the stock market, you know you have a chance to lose something. So it's like
Right.
gambling. It's like gambling.
Mm-hmm.
So you are literally you are gambling your future away if you don't educate yourself on how to be able to use the 401ks without having to worry about the stock market.
Right.
So
Okay. Good point.
go do some research on that stuff, folks, because it's very, very important to understand that. Because what does the media do? The media likes to push the fear. And they'll say, oh, all these people lost this money in the stock market, blah, 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 blah. And that's all you hear. And then it gets repeated on social media by other folks. Yes. Do people lose money? Absolutely. But do they lose money in gambling too? Absolutely. That's what you're doing. So if you're worried about that, go invest in gold, go invest in silver, go get some precious metals, something that's actual value that stands the test of time when markets dip and rise. So I wanted to mention that real quick.
Okay. Wow. A little lesson from Jimmy 101 about stock market and 401ks.
Any
That's amazing.
questions? Let's see. Stock
Well,
market.
just a statement from Tracy that was a good. She says, Jimmy, that's because companies own the majority of the stocks of their company.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's true.
Who owns it? Right.
So when you hear that number, 10% of the American population owns 88% of the stocks. With that said, do they really care about the future well-being financially of the other 90%?
Right.
No, they don't.
Right.
So we're going to get a little bit into that, especially when I go into when I go into the five buckets of goals. So we'll get to that after we do the news. So
okay, I think let me see.
And if anybody has anything to say about the 401ks, and if they feel like they need to correct me on something, feel free to do that.
Yes. Okay. So Dallas is backstage. Hey, Dallas, I see you, but your device is not connected again. It says they will need to connect their mic/cam before I can add you to the stream.
He needs to go when he comes into the studio. He needs to go to the settings.
Yes. Click the settings, Dallas, if you can, and click the camera or the voice and see if you can connect your device. And I just saw his private chat. Nobody can see it, Dallas. It's a private chat. You have to go to the general comments, which is the first tab. Okay, just wanted to let him know that.
He's trying.
Okay, he hopped off. Yeah, because it's not working. Sorry, Dallas.
Julian's asking Jimmy, can you convince my employer to do an in-house rollover of my 401k? I wish I could.
Yeah. Oh, so this was the meme that I shared on X, Jimmy. That kind of goes along with what you were saying about losing money or like the stock market.
Right.
And that's what they said. Wall Street was saying in 2020, take one for the team. And he was, the meme is showing you small businesses, lockdown, people lost everything.
Yeah.
And then now in 2025, Wall Street is looking at this girl like crying his eyes out, like, hey, you should care about this, right? And she's like, yeah, take one for the team.
You know, with that meme, it's kind of interesting because in 2020, who were the ones that were suffering the most? I would say it was the normal, everyday Americans and small businesses.
Right.
Okay. As of right now, who is hurting the most when it comes to the stock market?
The companies.
The companies, the elites, the powerful, that's the main focus. Those 10% are the ones that are hurting the most, which those are the ones that don't care about American workers and our financial well-being. Yeah. And like I said, I'll touch on that here in a second, but it's just kind of interesting. The classes have changed on who's hurting the most at the moment. So,
right.
Which I think I think that's all planned. It's all in the plan. It's all working the way it's supposed to be working right now.
Yep.
Which I'll explain.
All right, Jimmy. Are you ready for the blast?
The news blast. We need to have a little promo for when the news blast gets ready to hit, like a rocket taking off or something like that. So, all right, so let's get down to it. Let's go back to last Tuesday, April 1st. Remember, if there's anything on here that you want more information on, you want to share, let us know. So let's start off with Newsmax. Trump endorsed the news outlet, and it sees a 2,200% share surge. Cory Booker's speech in protest of Trump breaks the Senate record. So he went on and did a filibuster last Tuesday or last Monday or so, and just kept talking and talking and talking and talking for hours. So they're playing their little games there. Adam Schiff places hold on Trump loyalist Ed Martin in nomination for top federal prosecutor in D.C. I wonder why Shifty Schiff is doing that. FDA lays off bird flu leadership. That's funny. So, RFK Jr. exiles top federal health leaders, including Fauci's replacement. Chinese military conducts large-scale drills around Taiwan. Now, I will say something about this and the whole Taiwan. I've been talking about this for a while, even on my Facebook, going back to 2021, 2022, about watching Taiwan. There's the sense that China is going to invade Taiwan. And historically, Taiwan is supposed to be part of China.
Yep.
So that's a whole geopolitical thing there. It's a mess there. But one thing I wanted to point out is the Taiwan Straits. That water is the most calm during the months of April and during the months of October. So if the Chinese are going to do something, they're going to go in and create a blockade around Taiwan. They're going to want to do that when there's calm waters. So it's just kind of interesting that they conduct a large-scale drill around Taiwan last Tuesday on April 1st. So we'll see what happens there. U.S. attack kills 4 in Yemen as second aircraft carrier sent to the Middle East. Elon Musk's disclosure of planned Social Security fraud arrest troubles top law enforcement officials. His disclosure of Social Security fraud arrest troubles top law enforcement officials. I wonder why it troubles them. ICE official admits administrative error in deporting man to El Salvador prison.
Yup.
So, yeah, that was the whole thing there. Yeah.
That was insane. Okay. And that is the first legitimate story that I have seen of. Is he an American citizen or he's married to one?
If I recall correctly, I think he's married to one.
Yes. Okay.
I don't think he has a citizenship yet, but he's been in the country like 30 some freaking years.
Okay. So that's the thing. Okay.
I think.
But how long does it take? I thought like when you get married to, non-citizen, they would get, their citizenship through the marriage, right? If anybody knows in the chat, let me know if you know how typically that takes, because I think my in-laws were like that. He came from Dominican Republic. He got married, and now he's a citizen. Like maybe I think it took like 15 or 20 maybe years, maybe.
Well, even if that's the case, I mean, if he was in the country for over 30 years, that just tells you that he just didn't want to do it.
Ah, okay. I thought that it actually took that long to get done. I
Oh,
didn't.
I'm sure it takes a while. I'm sure it takes those number of years. But if he's been here that long, that just shows he didn't care about doing. I mean, that's my opinion. That
Right,
he
right.
was like, yeah, screw it. I'm married. They're not going to do anything to me. I'm married to an American citizen. I don't need to go do this stuff. So
Oh, okay.
that's just me speculating, folks.
Okay. So now he got wrapped up in the in the mass deportations, claiming that he's not affiliated with the MS-13 or whatever, the Tron gang, whatever it's called. I
Yeah,
already forgot.
it was MS-13, and there was actually the reason there was some type of connection that he had long ago with MS-13, but it was more of a, from what I'm understanding, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Right. Okay. So
If y'all are
sorry.
if y'all are interested in that story, just ICE official admits administrative error in deporting man to the El Salvador prison. So that's interesting. And hey, if it was an error, it's an error. I mean, it happens. It happens. All right. Nationwide power outage in Syria. Attorney General Pam Bondi directs federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty for Luigi Mangione.
I heard that too.
I saw that.
Yup.
Senate confirms Matt Whitaker as Trump's ambassador to NATO. And I don't know much about Matt Whitaker, but I know a lot about NATO, and we've talked about that before. Not a big fan of NATO. All right, so that's Tuesday. Let's go into Wednesday. Wednesday, April 2nd. Trump rolls out sweeping tariffs as he deems deficits a national emergency. And we will get to that. Yeah. Democrats vow to fight Trump's tariffs tooth and nail. Of course they are. Of course they are. Bitcoin crypto stocks fall after Trump tariff news. 4 dead as violent storms, including tornadoes, wallop the Midwest and the South. And I've seen some videos of some of these tornadoes and everything. It was pretty bad. And I think there's actually some flooding going on right now up in the Cincinnati, Louisville, Kentucky area. Still messing with our weather, it seems like. U.S. bans government personnel in China from romantic or sexual relations with Chinese citizens. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me read that again.
Yeah, repeat that.
Hang on. U.S. bans government personnel. Oh, okay. Government personnel in China from romantic or sexual relations with Chinese citizens. So any of our government our government folks, personnel that are in China, they're not supposed to be getting. Okay. All right. That makes sense now.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Sometimes we got to read these things twice. Myanmar's military declares a ceasefire to ease quake relief as the death toll passes 3,000. That's sad.
Wow.
Amazon joins list of TikTok suitors as deadline for a U.S. buyer nears. All right, so the deadline was supposed to be up this Saturday, but Trump did sign an executive order extending it another 75 days. So TikTok is saved for another 75 days. So Amazon may buy them. Oracle discloses major cloud data breaches, sparking FBI probe. Wisconsin Supreme Court election sees liberal win, but voter ID passes. And again, if you look at that election, look at past elections and what certain Democrats and Republicans got in the vote, you'll look at there's some very unusual anomalies in this election. So it did swing the Wisconsin Supreme Court. It did swing them to the left, but voter ID passed. So that's a good thing. So from what I'm hearing is like everybody got a win in that. So whatever. European police say kid flicks. Oh yeah. European police say kid flicks, one of the largest pedophile platforms in the world, was busted in a joint operation.
Yeah. You know who sent that to me? Joe and Fran Garino. They emailed me that article, and I was gonna do a video on it for like my regular content.
Right.
Because it includes CSA, but it also kind of dives into what we talk about here. So I am aware of that story, and I am covering it in a video. I'm going to read that article to everyone, and it's worthy of noting, because we talk about the trafficking, we talk about the CSA, especially in cults, all of them, not just the JWs, all of them.
Yep.
And how it's a worldwide issue.
Yep.
And there's a whole rabbit hole of that with the deep state and all that kind of stuff, it's evil. It's just evil. And it's horrible. So I'm glad that they finally caught this now.
And to add a little bit more context to that, it says it's the largest pedophile platform. Do you know how many users were on that platform?
In the millions, right?
1.8 to 2 million.
Yeah.
1.8 million to 2 million users on this platform, on a pedophile platform.
Yep. In the dark web.
So if people want to keep burying their heads about this subject, I don't know what to tell them, because this is a huge issue. It's bigger. This is one of the biggest issues that's not being talked about in the mainstream media news.
Exactly.
They're not talking about that. Which that would wake a lot of people up if they did. Last thing for Wednesday, unanimous Supreme Court upholds FDA block of flavored vapes. So if you're vaping and you like your flavored vapes, there's a block on those.
Those should be illegal. Like, abolish vapes.
Yeah.
That's so stupid to me, in my opinion. I don't get it. Anyways. All right,
let's go into Thursday, April 3rd. All right, let's go back to any comments on Wednesday news in the chat.
Just some comments about like the immigration. Jane Spitfire gives a story she knew of someone that came here, had children, she said she had American children. She told them they sent her paperwork, $800 and a quiz to do every year, but she ignored it.
There you go. Yeah.
Wow.
That kind of goes with what I was saying about that dude. That could have been a possibility. They just ignored it.
Yeah, that should be quick. Like, get married, bring your spouse over, and live the American dream. Why does it take so long? Elaine says the governing body stole her 401k. Yeah, word.
I hate to laugh about it because it's not a laughing matter, but yeah, it's par for the course with the governing body.
Yeah. All right, we can move on.
Okay. Thursday, April 3rd, Senate confirms Dr. Oz to head Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Did not know that. I don't trust that guy. I'm just saying. Trump says things are going very well after worst stock market drop in years over the tariffs. And that triggered everybody when he said it's going very well. But after I explain it a little bit more, you'll see why he said that. RFK Jr. announces HHS reinstating some programs, employees cut by mistake. Right? New York City Mayor Eric Adams running as an independent in a re-election campaign. Trump, I guess he had enough of the Democrats.
Right? I was just about to say, like, what happened? Did he get kicked out or something? Or he knows, like, his time is up with the Democrats?
I don't know. Trump fires 6 National Security Council officials. 6 people injured in a DC stabbing. Amtrak train strikes, kills 3 family members on tracks in Bucks County. I'm not sure where Bucks County is. That sucks.
Okay.
Explosion ignites car in a busy central Amsterdam square. Pentagon Inspector General to probe Pete Hegseth's role in Signal chat leak. Oh my God, they still on that? Okay. And Hugh fired from leadership of the National Security and Cyber Command. I wonder what he did. So that was Thursday. All right, let's move into Friday. Markets plunge with S&P 500 down 6% and Dow down 2,200. Suspect arrested after threatening to bomb Saturday Night Live studio. Did not know that. China slaps a 34% tax on all U.S. imports in retaliation for Trump's tariffs. Texas measles outbreak nears 500 cases. I bet you next week it'll be like 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
FEMA halts grant program that spent billions on disaster protection. Sean Diddy Combs hit with new sex trafficking and prostitution charges. And his case is supposed to begin within I think it's a month from now. His trial begins.
Okay. I think I saw that Cassie was going to actually testify using her real name. That was a headline that I saw.
Yeah.
I didn't click on it, so I don't know what's going to happen, but that's
going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Trump touts airstrike on the Houthis, showing a video. And if you saw that, did you see that video? It was like a bunch of Houthis. They were like in a rectangle shape. It looks like they were, in a meeting, getting instruction or whatever. There was a bunch of them there, and it showed them getting bombed and that section being wiped out afterwards. So
I think if Trump posted it, I think I saw it.
Yeah.
Okay.
U.S. added 228,000 jobs in March, beating forecast. Now, we'll see if that holds true, because like when they put these numbers out, like a month or month and a half later, there's always some revisions to it. So, we heard that during the Biden administration when they said let's just put a number. Oh, we created 400,000 jobs last April. And then it comes to find out that it might only been like 195,000.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So there's all that always gets adjusted later down the road. Trump extends deadline to keep TikTok running in the U.S. I just said that a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
IRS cutting its workforce by 25%. So we've had, they're cutting the workforce by 25%, and they've been closing offices and laying off people. It's like, what's going on with the IRS? Is it being slowly dismantled? One can only hope.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's one that I got a message today they were hoping we would cover. I just have a few thoughts on it. We'll see what you think. Comedian and actor Russell Brand charged with rape and sexual assault.
Oh, my God. I saw that. I did not read about it. I didn't even click on it. I think I am becoming like numb to those type of headlines now, because it's just happening too much to everybody who they disagree with. But I don't know.
Yeah. Is that Joseph? Welcome, Joseph.
Yes. Welcome to the stage.
Yes, hi.
Did you have something you wanted to add to the news?
No, just listening.
You're just hanging out?
Interesting.
Okay. All right, cool. Somebody asked me to talk about that, and I didn't have a chance to respond back. But my whole thinking is, why don't these people ever come out and make these accusations or whatever when it happens, or within 5? Why do they always wait 25, 30 years?
That's one point. Yeah.
I don't get that. And all of a sudden, he's had all this time in Hollywood, and then when he changed up and started doing his podcast and then started showing support for Trump and started, switching over to being a Christian, now the stuff is coming out. So
Right.
I don't know. I don't completely trust the dude myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of like you. I really don't care. It's just another psyop.
Yeah, sorry.
In my opinion.
That's what happens when the mainstream bombards the whole nation with these type of allegations.
Yeah.
And then come to find out either it was a lie or it was like a civil case instead of a criminal one. So they're just seeking money.
Yep.
It's just too much for me. I'm like, nah, I don't know. And specifically Russell Brand recently converted to Catholicism, I believe, and made a whole big show of it. And that's another red flag for me when these celebrities or influencers are making a huge thing about their journey of faith or whatever. And all of a sudden he's a good guy now just because he's a Catholic. No, I don't.
Yeah. See, that's when he was going through all that. I was like, I'm really not buying this right now. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this act. Now, I hope I'm wrong and he's switched over and he's doing good in life and getting away from all that. That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't trust it. So.
But that is, to me, it's just a personal thing that you should keep private. Your relationships, your religion and things like that. Those things in your journey just should be private. If you're like a celebrity, like it's the same way I feel about Serena Williams. It's like just because she's baptized or she's a witness or whatever, so what? That's her personal stuff. Like she shouldn't be out here doing what she's doing. That's private. Keep it to yourself. But if you want to share it, then share it like appropriately. Not this whole show on the internet for everybody to see. I just don't. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, I get it. I'm with you on that. I mean, it should be something that's done in private. Anyway. Strong 6.9 magnitude earthquake reported near Papua New Guinea. That's another. So we had the earthquake last week, and then we have this one this week.
Mm-hmm.
Four space tourists returned to Earth after a private flight over the poles. I didn't hear nothing about that. Okay. All right, let's move into the weekend, the final one.
Videos over the pole.
What's that?
Nor a video over the poles, especially in Antarctica.
Yeah, I just space tourists. Okay, yeah, I have a whole theory on that. We'll talk about that when we do conspiracy stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so let's go into the weekend. Trump says he's not backing down on tariffs, nor should he, in my opinion. Trump's top economic advisor says 50 countries have reached out. That is huge. These folks are willing to set up a meeting to negotiate these tariffs. And I don't know if I talk about it in the other thing, but now that's in my head, I'm going to say this. Y'all do realize that all these other countries have been tariffing the United States for years, right? Y'all know this, right?
Yeah, since World War II, we felt obligated through the Monroe Act to rebuild Europe and all these war-torn countries that became developing countries that it has been passed on through administration all the way to today.
Yep. And when I explain these 5 buckets, it's going to make a lot more sense. But yeah, they have been tariffing us for years, decades. Not one person has been talking about that speaks out against these tariffs.
Okay, I'll be right back, Jimmy. Continue.
Okay, in addition to tariffs, USAID was, through NGOs, was giving all different kinds of money, was just flowing out of our treasury into foreign countries and
Yep.
into what you call 501c3 organizations.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about, keep that in mind, that point right there, Joseph. Keep that in mind when I go into the 5 buckets of goals, because that's very interesting. We will come back to that. So 'cause I do want to talk more about these tariffs, but let's go ahead and finish out the rest of the news. Pope, there's always something on the Pope every week. Pope makes a surprise appearance in St. Peter's Square. Ohio high school staffer accused of trying to hire student to kill her husband. Musk wants a zero tariff situation, free trade zones for Europe, which that would actually be a good thing. For sports fans, everybody knows that Wayne Gretzky in hockey is the number 1 goal scorer, 894 goals in 1,457 games, known as the greatest hockey player ever. But he was just recently surpassed by Alexander Ovechkin, broke his scoring record. So, and he actually broke it in the same number of games, 1,487 games. They both had that same number of games, and he had 1 more goal than Wayne Gretzky did. So that's kind of cool. Doge staff arrives at Peace Corps headquarters. Angry protesters from New York to Alaska assail Trump and Musk in hands-off rallies. So we saw all those rallies this weekend. What did they accomplish? Did they accomplish anything? No. They just gave the media something to cover. And just remember that these folks get paid to do the protesting. And it's going to ramp up. I do believe we're going to see some riots this summer. At least 16 dead in flooding and tornadoes as storms slash from Texas to Ohio. Heavy rains flood Congo's capital, killing at least 22 people. And rare virus that killed Gene Hackman's wife linked to 3 deaths in a California town. So that is your news blast from Tuesday to the weekend from last week. So hope you enjoyed that.
Nice. Well, hold on. Were you aware of another stabbing that happened recently in New York? I think it was 4. I don't know if they were children, but I think they were females. They got stabbed in New York.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that one.
Okay, just wondering if you mentioned that. That was
I think
crazy.
it was like, you said okay, that was in New York, you said.
New York, yeah.
Okay, so the one we mentioned was 6 people injured in a DC stabbing.
Okay, so there was one in the city. Who sent it to me? I think Tony sent it to me.
Let me comment on that real quick, because you hear a lot of people say, "Oh, we should get rid of guns and there should be gun-free zones and all that." Okay, guys, if somebody wanted to commit a crime or murder somebody, they're going to find a weapon. It's going to happen. So now these folks are going to knife. Look over in Europe, over in London. They have gun ban, restrict. You can't have guns there. But how do people get killed over there in large knives? So what are you going to do? You're going to ban all the knives now? Yeah. And if you did that, they're going to find something else, a hammer. What are you going to do? Ban all the hammers? It's not about the object that is used. It's about the person using the objects.
Okay, I found the post. Yeah, Tony sent it to me. In Brooklyn bud bath maniac with a meat. What is this? Clever?
Meat cleaver. Meat cleaver.
Okay.
I did hear that.
Slashes 4 kids inside of a home. That's insane.
Okay, I remember that. My wife told me about that yesterday. She showed me that picture of the girl on the right. Good news is all those kids are expected to survive.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's insane.
They're all expected to survive. I did hear that yesterday.
Crazy.
Well, how many times were they stabbed?
I don't know. If
I
you
don't know.
want to look up this, if you want to look up the story, definitely after the show, Google that and read about it. But I just read headlines. I don't like to click on the story unless it's something political or related to my state. But when I hear stories like that, I don't ruin my mental health like that. That's just too much for me.
Somebody
'Cause
said, Jimmy, you can't carry a knife in Oz or a hammer unless you have an immediate legal use for it. A knife in Oz. Where are they referring to there? What are they referring to there?
No clue.
Is that Steen or Steon?
Yes, yes, Steen. Yeah.
Steen. Can you elaborate what you mean when you say Oz? I want to think it's Australia he's referring to. Where they're referring to.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Australia. Okay, all right, guys. Thanks. That's what I thought it was. All right, appreciate it, guys. Okay.
And JG says in the chat, can Jimmy talk about the stock market collapse on Thursday, Friday? What's Trump saying? Well, Trump was calm as a cucumber. And I think I saw that clip where he was talking about it and everybody was reporting like as if he's not even
He's not
anxious.
stressed. Yeah, they're not stressed. We're not stressed about it at all. At all. And if you look through history with the stock market, there's been I saw a chart where they had like 10 different years noted: 2008, 1929, and there's some other years in there where the stock market just plunged, and after that was over, it always bounced back up. So, and then there was another recent chart that showed here in the last 4 years what the stock market did under Biden, where it dipped below where it's at a high, where it's at 38,000 right now or something. But there was a dip back then, but no one said shit about it.
Oh, remember in 2008, the stock market was about 7,000.
Yeah.
And if you look at the chart, you could just go to any app about the stock market, and it's almost a continuous slope with a lot of little ups and downs. But whoever thought from 2008, when Obama was elected and ruined insurance business and everything else, and you could see the stock market gradually went all the way up. It's almost a slope of one. It goes all the way up to the 38s to in the 40s.
After seeing that, and you're absolutely correct, Joseph, after seeing the fact that only 10% of Americans own 88% of the stock there, I don't care if it falls. I really don't. And I know that sounds bad because somebody will say, well, Jimmy, 56% of the folks have their retirement set up in 401ks. Okay, yeah, I get that. But 50% of American population has nothing to do with this. So this doesn't even affect us.
Right, exactly. They want us to care about that.
I do have a 401k, and I do dabble in it. And I seen mine over doubled in during that since Obama to now.
Right.
So you're always going to have little corrections, and the market is very susceptible to the news, especially fake news. They harper about something, and all of a sudden, it may go down, and then it recovers itself.
Yeah. Again, like I told somebody in the chat or in the comments section last night on my Facebook page, basically, them coming out, the media coming out and screaming the sky is falling on this. It's just another form of fear-based mind control. They want to scare people. They want to rile people up. This is what they're doing.
Okay, but the whole COVID situation, right? It made you either richer or poorer, right?
Right.
So you can't even afford, you either can't afford anything in reality, or you got it good, you're not even worried about it. But they want us to worry about the stock market. Like you just said, most of us, it doesn't affect us because we are literally either under the poverty line
Yeah.
or extremely rich, depending on the industry you were in, making money off of vaccines or whatever, or investments, whatever it may be.
Well, it doesn't really matter if it goes up and down. It only matters if you sell. You can't say I lost X amount of dollars because the stock market went down. It only affects you if you sell what
Correct.
you have in the stock market.
Yep. That's correct.
And there's an old saying, you can have money in the stock market and as it goes up and down, but real money is in the bank.
Yeah. So when they say, "Oh, the billionaires lost $500 billion today," okay, technically, okay, as far as the numbers are concerned, yeah, but it's not real because they didn't sell at that price to cause them to lose a literal $500 billion.
Yeah, they still have those shares.
They still have the same number of shares, yeah.
Yeah, regardless if it goes up or down, it doesn't matter unless you want to sell it at a low price or at a high price.
Yeah. Again, I just don't understand whoever came up with the concept to have these 401ks tied to the stock market and people gamble their future, their retirement to gamble it on the stock market. I just don't get it.
And a good welcome from the chat, Teddy. Do you remember Teddy from
I
the
remember
UK?
Teddy. I remember Teddy from England. I think it was England.
Yeah, it's been a while, Teddy. Missed you. His question is, "Hey Ruby and Jim, surely your 401ks and investments have been hit hard. What do you guys think about the tariffs? Do you still think it will be the right path?"
Yeah, I do. So, and we'll go into that. Let me explain. I'll explain that. But yeah, I do think it's the right path. And as far as me personally, I'm self-employed, so
Mhm.
I don't have a 401k. So I do have, because when I write policies, stock is given to me through the company. I'm given some stock, but it's just in the company. And every now, I mean, it's like a little piggy bank over here for me. And, it means nothing as far as, having my retirement depend on my stock. So I have one stock, and it's only because the company provides it for me or gives it to me. So it goes up and down all the time. Doesn't bother me unless I do what Joseph said. I sell it, because then when I do sell some stock, it'll show me what the buy price was for that particular stock, and then what I'm selling it for. So then that's when I can figure out, damn, okay, well, I sold it, I lost some money there.
Well, billionaires, since the market is being corrected because of we're introducing tariffs now, a lot of billionaires are buying stock because they know it's going to go up.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's going to go up.
Yeah. There's always, and we might as well just go ahead and get into this, or
Yeah, I have a video that I wanted to play about the tariffs if you want to step into that.
Yeah, give me I'm gonna light my cigarette and smoke a cigarette, because there's a lot that I want to talk about here, and I think it will help folks understand exactly what Trump is trying to do with these tariffs, which is basically something that has not been done by any president in a very long time. And I saw today, go to my where did I put it at? Go to my X feed.
Okay.
And speaking of Trump doing things differently, look what CNN said today about all of this.
Okay, so this is your X page.
and it was from CNN.
CNN. Okay, let's see.
What's that?
Oh, right here.
Yeah, that's it right there. Play that. Oh, where's the sound? Ruby, we have no sound.
I hear it. You guys don't hear it?
Yeah, I don't hear it.
No sound.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Let me try to reconnect.
I think there was this
There we-
concern among some folks that Donald Trump would come in for a second term and kind of be a lame duck. He ain't no lame duck. If anything, he's a soaring eagle. What am I talking about here? Let's talk about Trump executive orders in 2025. He's already signed 111 so far. That is the most at this point in a presidency in at least 100 years. In fact, it's the most in any single year, and we're only in April, since Harry S. Truman in the early 1950s. The bottom line is whether you like Trump or you don't like him, you can't say that he's come in and not try to deliver on what he at least believes was his promises on the campaign trail, and he's doing so in historic fashion.
How are people reacting to and feel about Trump's approach?
Yeah, okay. So Trump's approach here, what are we talking about? Trump's approach to presidential power. I think the American people recognize what he's doing here is completely different. We're talking, get this, 86% of the American public believes that Trump's approach to presidential power is completely different from past presidents, compared to only 14% who believe it is in line with precedent. And we're talking about at least 79% of Democrats, independents, and Republicans. So again, you can agree or you can disagree with Donald Trump, but what you can't disagree with is that he's doing things very differently. I have used the Frank Sinatra quote before. He is doing it, quote unquote, my way. And that is what Donald Trump has done throughout both of his presidential terms. And he's certainly doing that, Kate Baldwin, in term number 2.
So completely differently, clearly they agree, but is it, take it a step further, do the people think he has too much, he's taken too much power?
Yeah, this I think is the real question, right? You can believe that he's doing stuff completely differently, but do you think that he has a little too much power or not? And this is interesting. So Trump's presidential power is too much, the right amount, too little. Well, 47% say too much, but then you get 36% who say the right amount. Then you get 17% who say too little. So you're essentially dealing with a majority of the American public, 53%, who do not say that Trump has too much power. They either says he has too little power or the right amount of power. So the idea, that argument that Donald Trump is, quote unquote, a king, that I don't think holds with the American people. It does hold maybe with 47%, but with the majority of folks, they believe Donald Trump's doing something completely differently, and they don't believe he has too much power. And the executive orders he signed certainly suggest he's no lame duck. He is, as I said at the beginning, a soaring eagle.
I found that very interesting as CNN put that out.
Can you translate that for me? like what does that mean?
Okay, so basically 86% of the American or of the ones that were polled are saying that he's doing things differently than past presidents have been doing.
Okay, like in general, right?
Like in general, yeah. Okay. He's not doing, it's not just a run-of-the-mill, everyday president like we had with Bush and Clinton and Bush and Obama. We all know that they're all part of the deep state.
Okay.
So he's doing things differently, and 86% of those that were polled are saying, yeah, we see he's doing things differently than what these other presidents were doing. So that's
okay.
So it's not your normal run of the show anymore. You know,
right,
I know a lot of people like to say, oh, well, they're all the same. They're all puppets, blah, 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 blah. That stat right there shows you Trump is not playing the puppet game when you look at the past 4 presidents.
Okay.
So
now I understand. All right.
And so, and then the other stat was, you hear on social media and some media outlets that say, oh, Trump is a dictator, Trump is a king, and blah, 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 you're going to lose all your rights. And well, 53% of the those that were polled do not agree with that. So the majority of the people don't agree that Trump is being a dictator, Trump is being a king, and all that stuff.
Understandable. Yep. I would agree with that without even seeing the numbers. Like, you can feel the pulse of us Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be here to feel it and to see it.
Working with Congress, he wants to codify some of these executive orders, you know, so it could stay. It'll become law.
Yeah. Yeah, and what you're seeing right now is you're seeing the Republican side of the deep state fighting right now. The rhinos. They're the ones that are fighting Trump right now, along with the Democrats.
And the judges who are blocking everything.
And the judges, which, by the way, it wasn't I think it was in last night's news, but the Supreme Court handed that Judge Brashan, or whatever his name was, they handed him his ass the other night and upheld Trump's deportation thing using the law from the Aliens Enemy Act or whatever from 1798. So that was upheld by the Supreme Court. So that judge just got he just got Trump.
Well, not only that, also he's not going to follow the suggestion or the ruling from the Supreme Court. He's like a renegade, district judge. Yeah,
they'll do that. I mean, Biden did it. Biden actually, he went against the Supreme Court decision when it came to the loans.
Okay.
Yep.
So Teddy's asking me, do I think the pain right now is worth it? Well, what kind of pain?
There's no pain if you don't have anything in the stock market.
Right. And like I said before, the majority of us are not feeling anything other than the pain that we've always had to deal with because of the COVID situation. Like, the world completely changed in 2020. So I don't know what kind of pain you're talking about.
I will say, I write down everything I spend every day. I have a chart. I've been doing it since 2003. I can go back and tell you what I spent on March 21st of 2008. Okay. So I keep a chart of all everything I spend. So I can say that in the last month, my gas prices have gone down. I'm spending less on that. And for the big thing, the eggs, they have come down as well. Now, they were like $5.75 a dozen here in North Carolina, where I'm at, like 2 weeks ago. I went this week and they were down to $4.57. It's still high, but it's going down. So there are some changes that are taking place right now on a local level. I guess it really depends on where you're at, I guess.
Yes, that's true.
And then Teddy's talking to Jimmy. He says, I want to hear what your best end to the tariff is.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get into you had a clip. Wait, did you play the clip?
Yeah. Okay, so let's get that right.
So let me explain this.
This is just a basic tariff 101 video. Like, we've explained it before, but just so that everybody's like refreshed. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
It's important to remember that tariffs aren't just tools for trade wars. They're a key part of economic independence. Before income tax was introduced in 1913, tariffs were the main source of revenue for the U.S. government. This allowed the country to fund itself and grow without directly taxing citizens. Tariffs protect American workers and industries from being undercut by low-cost, lower-quality foreign goods, allowing American businesses to compete and thrive. By levying tariffs, we maintain jobs and encourage domestic production, both crucial for national security and prosperity. Tariffs also help the U.S. negotiate better trade deals, pushing other countries to lower their trade barriers in exchange. So, who would oppose tariffs? Globalists, corrupt politicians, and crooked elites whose only care is wealth and power. They take advantage of cheap labor and lax regulations abroad. They take advantage of you. Enough is enough. Tariffs are about valuing our workers, our consumers, and our nation. Let's keep jobs in America and use tariffs the way our forefathers did, to protect our economy and our future. We need strong economic policies. We need tariffs, not taxes. We need to put America first and begin a new golden age.
That was an excellent lead into what I'm going to discuss.
Okay, Jimmy, you got it. Go ahead.
All right, so let's go here. All right, so when you hear tariffs, the only thing that most people are probably thinking is it's just about money and prices going up or going down. That's kind of what people's thinking is. And the reason why is because that's what the media just keeps pounding into people's heads. Oh, you're losing money. It's going to be bad. Blah, 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 blah. That's all they do. Am I correct in that statement?
I would say so.
Joseph, what would you say?
You're correct. The tariffs is such a great tool for the United States to make money, because other countries, since especially since World War II, were making a killing off of us. And when I say they were making money off of us, we're talking about taxpayers.
Yep.
We have been, supporting foreign countries, and we didn't know it.
Yep, absolutely. And so to break this down for you folks that are listening tonight, go ahead and grab a piece of paper and something to write with, and write down these, and we're going to separate them into buckets. There are 5 buckets of goals to be accomplished with these tariffs. There's 5 different things. And I'm going to try to break it down for you guys so you can easily understand the big picture strategy that Trump is doing here to bring on an economic revolution here in the United States. He talked about it. He said that, we're going to make America great again. It's going to be, better. The best is yet to come. So if you look at the way this is laid out, it should make sense to those with at least some common sense. Okay, so 1, the first bucket of goal, reviving the working class. Now, global trade over the last 50, 60, 70 years has been a disaster. You look at the World Trade Organization, which is a deep state organization, deep state globalist organization, like the video just said. And then you have the NAFTA trade agreement that was signed that destroyed our jobs. We had thousands of factories closed down. Y'all all know it in the 90s. I know it. I mean, right here in North Carolina, we are a very textile focused state. We make a lot of clothes, socks. There was actually a place up here called Burlington, and furniture. Yes, furniture too. Huge of furniture. But there was a mall section called Burlington. Hell, it's been closed so long, I forgot what they called it. But you go there and Burlington outlets, and you could go there and shop and get a lot of things at really good prices. Well, literally that place right now has like a tax office in there, a yoga studio. They have all these little things. It's not what it used to be. And for those that are old enough, they will know that, hey, yeah, in our area, this factory closed down. People lost their jobs. Now it's a ghost town. So those trade agreements were a disaster, and it hurt the working class. So let's go back to the stock market, where we already said 10% of Americans own 88% of the stock. 50% don't own anything. We don't own our cars. We don't own our homes. We don't, because we had to pay property taxes on them. Try if you're a senior citizen and your house, or if your house is paid off, try going without paying your property taxes 1 year and see what happens. See what
Mhm.
happens.
You
Abolish
have to
that.
take your house away from you.
Exactly. So to revive the working class, we need low taxes and we need good jobs. So this moves into bucket number 2, restoring the industrial base. Let me repeat that. Number 2, restoring the industrial base. And how do you restore the industrial base? You start with reducing regulations and taxes. COVID showed how screwed we were with the supply chain
Mm-hmm.
because China everything got shut down, and everything that was coming over, we weren't getting. We were short so many things. So
Right.
how is that benefiting? How is that benefit?
Ships, container ships, were just lying, waiting to be offloaded. They had to wait as much as 3 months.
Yeah, yeah, and we saw the videos, we saw the pictures of the ships all being lined up. So wouldn't it be better if whatever those supplies were that were coming in, wouldn't it be better if we just made them here
Right.
and we wouldn't have to worry about that supply chain?
Okay, but then there's an issue there, right? Like Teddy says here, he says, well, how do you expect America to pay for the work that Vietnamese and Chinese do for $1 a day? But like the video just showed you is okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna get into that. Actually,
Okay.
I'm getting ready to talk about that.
Yep.
So COVID showed us how screwed we were with the supplies. So our factories now, as it sits right now, factories are gone and we have unskilled workers. Now, tariffs, they help with unfair foreign activities.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? It's hard to keep pace. It's hard to keep pace labor-wise when these other countries are using slaves for cheap labor.
And children. Yep.
And children, yes. So you put a tariff on them, then they have to pay. They have to pay America.
Mm-hmm.
And so what was happening is during the first Trump administration, he did put tariffs on China. But do you know what China was doing? China was taking their industries and moving them to Vietnam and some other countries, but we'll just stick with Vietnam right now.
Mm-hmm.
They were moving them to Vietnam, where Vietnam didn't have, or U.S. didn't have tariffs on Vietnam. So the Chinese were going in the back door to not have to pay the tariff. They were using Vietnam as a little puppet and sending it that way. They were actually changing labels. They were changing address, different things on the packaging. They were changing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They really think that, the world thinks we're suckers. And that's what they were doing. That's why Trump said, we're not respected. They think we're crazy. Because so you have all these presidents that came before Trump that knew that they were doing stuff like this.
Right.
And they did nothing about it. It goes back to the video of that the globalists and the ones in power, that's what they wanted. So now there's an energy component to this as well. So this goes into bucket number 3, restoring our energy and mineral supply. Well, how do we restore our energy and mineral supply? Well, 1, drill, baby, drill.
And mine for other minerals.
Yes. And that's these companies will need to say, you're right. So another thing is these oil companies, they need to invest in oil refineries. Do you know that we haven't had a new oil refinery built in the United States since the 1970s?
I did not.
And do you know that China is using coal for their energy? But yet here in America, you have all your freaking climate activists saying coal's bad.
Right.
But China's opening up like 2 coal plants a week.
Yeah,
Okay. So
But
how it
not
is. Yep.
using the best technology to use their coal, because their pollution. If you go to Beijing, the smog is so terrible. Everybody has to wear what they call a face diaper.
yeah, 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 it's bad. So these companies will need to set up refining operations of base minerals that we need to produce products such as steel, aluminum, cobalt, and etc. This is why now we may not necessarily have to mine those minerals here in the United States, but we need to have refineries set up to refine those minerals. This is why Trump was talking about the Ukrainian mineral deal.
And also, Greenland.
Greenland. Yep.
It's full of minerals.
Yes. So if we cut a deal to get those minerals, then they can come here in the U.S. We can create a refining apparatus for those minerals, which in turn, you open up a new refinery. Guess what you're going to need? You're going to need workers. Well, American labor is more expensive than cheap labor. So how are you going to afford that? By tariffing and making the money to come in to pay your workers.
There you go. So that's the answer to Teddy's question, right?
Yeah, I know it takes a little. I had to do like Trump does. I had to do a weave. I had to do a weave. So, all right. So that's three. So, reviving the working class, reshoring the industrial base, and restoring our energy and mineral supply. I'll stop right there for a second to take any questions, and we'll do the last two.
Okay, so I don't see any questions, but if you do have a question, put it in the chat right now so that I can star it, bring it up. But one comment that Teddy made a little earlier, I want to circle back. He says, well, what is all of your arguments against the actual fact that tariffs deepened the Great Depression?
That is not necessarily true.
Okay.
I say that because I've read some stuff on that here recently, but I don't have the information in front of me to present that.
Okay.
So maybe we'll put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. So let me write this down and I'll address it. Tariffs,
Great Depression and tariffs
in Great Depression.
Remember, we were so rich during the McKinley administration that Theodore Roosevelt was able to use that money and rebuild our Navy.
Yep.
We had battleships that were equal to some of the battleships in World War II.
Yep. And that's how
even used in World War II.
Yep. And that ties in a little bit to bucket number 4. I'm just going to go on and finish. There's not that much left. But bucket number 4, reduce government overreach and spending and debt. So bucket number 4 is reduce government overreach and spending and debt. We're 36 trillion in debt, which needs to be fixed or we die as a country. Straight up.
Here's a question for you.
Sure.
If we owe $37 trillion, who do we owe that money to?
Exactly. Exactly. So let me get to that. We are literally spending more on the interest payment of the debt than we are on the whole military budget. The deal in the United States is we do not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem.
Yes.
Back in January, the government took in $300 billion in taxation. They spent $600 billion. Again, they took in $300 billion. They spent $600 billion. So that is a problem. That is the spending that's out of control. The government does not create anything tangible that spurs growth in the economy. because the economy that the American people are used to and that's built this nation is a manufacturing economy. And so these globalists have sent all of our manufacturing out of this country.
Romney, remember Romney did that too?
Yep. So you got to remember, what was their whole plan to begin with was to destroy the United States. That goes into the 16-year plan stuff. And so how do you systematically and slowly destroy the United States? Move all the jobs out, tax the people. You take in $300 billion, spend out $600 billion and say, oh, we're $300 billion in debt. It's kind of like the effing governing body when they're at the circuit assemblies saying, oh, we need another 8,000 to make up for what. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yes, the
Yeah, it's
deficits.
a numbers game. They play with numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. And they make it seem like, oh man, y'all really got to step up and help us out so we can get this all straight. When they're the dumb mother that are doing it in the first place. So anyway, so that's why Doge is so important, because it's showing the excessive fraud, waste, and abuse, and we're seeing it. So number 5,
Okay.
make America respected again. Like I said before, the world thinks we are suckers. And this is because of the trade deficits. They've seen those, to the collapse of the southern border during the Biden administration. All these other countries have their borders secured. They're looking at America thinking, look at you dumbasses over there letting all those people in.
Again, I think it's all manufactured. It's all on purpose. I don't think that they are dumb. And I think the world knows that as well.
So,
yeah, but trouble is Congress accepted all that.
Right.
And going back to the whole China-Vietnam thing, you know, they knew it was going on, but they did nothing to respond to it.
That's true.
That's why Trump says, and he even said it back in the 80s, that they think they're robbing us blind. And that's exactly why these tariffs are so important. You know, these tariffs, they made all these other countries rich. But why not? Why can't we do that here in the United States?
Well, did you hear what Trump said today? He said at the RNC convention or a dinner they had, he said that with the tariffs that they have imposed so far, the United States is making $2 billion a day.
Oh, really?
Just for the start.
So you have that component, and you add that up with the Doge component. They are literally saving this country billions of dollars. But yet the media wants to say, oh, well, you know, the stock market went down. You're losing all this money.
Question to Jimmy from Teddy. He says, have you heard the theory that Trump is purposely crashing the economy to lower rates on the debt they pay to China?
Yeah. And here's another thing I want to say about that. If you go back to one of his posts that he put out, I guess he truthed it out or whatever, in parentheses, I think it said the Fed is slow walking this or whatever. So that's what was put in parentheses. But basically the deal is we're $37 trillion in debt. The interest on that's coming up soon. And the United States has to refinance that debt. So the Fed, and there's a lot more to this, I'm just giving you the flip note version. The Fed doesn't want to cut the rate. If the stock market goes down, they are forced to cut the rate, which in turn would allow America to refinance that debt at a lower cost.
Yeah, well, the target, I believe, he wants anything below 4%. And it's right now at 3.9666.
Yeah. So
he's got it below 4, and he wants it a lot more below 4.
yeah, and I had somebody tell me last night, "Well, Jimmy, doesn't this hurt devaluing the dollar? And isn't that hurt?"
Yeah, that's what.
You know
Mhm.
what I said? Good. We need to devalue the fiat dollar that's been in our wallets since the central bank came into play.
Yeah, or abolish it if possible.
So what you're seeing, or you may not see, but what's going on right now, there are two parallel economies taking place right now. You have the globalist economy and you have the tariff Trump economy.
Okay,
And
so good. Mhm.
so what's happening is the globalist economy that's been running it, they're slowly going down, and you see the new economy going like this. You can't just crash this one, the global one, because that will send everybody into a panic. This has to be done strategically and surgically so that it doesn't disrupt civilization.
Right. Okay. So then Teddy's next comment was to ask you if you think Trump is trying to push the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates in order for him to pay China back on the debts at a lower price. And I think you've mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's happening.
Right now, yeah.
One good question here. Wait, comment. Steen said, just use Bidenomics and borrow more money to pay the debt. I thought that was funny. Delivery 7 comments, who does the U.S. owe the debt to? That question wasn't answered.
The Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve. Yep. And I
Which
think that's
needs to be, I mean, okay, so this kind of goes into the conspiracy side of things a little bit, but for us, we already believe that the Fed's been shut down, and what you're seeing right now is just playing out for the public to understand.
And that's Jimmy speaking.
That's
himself.
me. That's why I said, yeah. So that's where I'm at. I think it's already been, there's some stuff going, I think it's already been moved into the Treasury, and the public is just starting to see all this stuff, how it plays out.
Right. And me, on the other hand, I still get frustrated because I don't necessarily believe that 100%. And I think that our Congress, like Joseph said earlier, has been allowing this to happen. And we need to demand accountability. We need to vote them out. We need to see arrests. We need to abolish the Federal Reserve, abolish all of those institutions that we're talking about. It's all fake.
Well, in light of that comment, Ruby, I think what you're seeing here right now is you're seeing these people that are in Congress. You know, the deep state's not completely wiped out of Congress. There's still your rhinos. There's still your D's that are there, because you just can't just up and get rid of them. They got to be voted out by the people. Right. So when all these subjects come up and you see a Republican in name only going against something that would be valuable for America versus something that's going to benefit the deep state, then you know who that is. That person has been put in the spotlight now, and then they should be primaried. So with
the deep state in Congress is that they used a little trick called gerrymandering so that they could stay in office.
Yeah,
right.
And hardly vote them out, like Jerry. Nadler, he's been in there forever because they always, whenever there's an election, somehow they have a new district is gerrymandered, so he will always get the votes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy. Question from, go ahead.
Just real quick. So the last thing to say about these buckets of gold, hang in there, folks. It's not going to be super easy. It's going to get a little bumpy, which I've always said that before, but it will be well worth it in the long run. It will be well worth it in the long run. So sometimes, and I know you guys have heard this phrase, sometimes you got to walk through the darkness to get to the light. And for a lot of people, and I put this on my Facebook page the other night, it's not until people hit the precipice of destruction until they have the will to change. for some folks, the press, for everybody, that precipice is different. What did it take to trigger you waking up? Was it child trafficking? Was it election rigging? Was it Federal Reserve? Was it COVID? Was it the jabs? Okay, for some people, none of that crap mattered. But you mess with their money, that's going to open their eyes.
Well, all those people who are demonstrating the last few days, they're all, the senior citizens.
Yeah.
So they're worried about their money and their 401ks. So they're listening to what's happening. At least, even though they're woke and they're Democrats, but they're starting to understand it affects their money no matter what happens.
Yeah. And then once they realize what, the thinking behind tariffs, once they understand everything that I just went over, it would be like, oh, wow. Okay, so that can be done. It's been done before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if
America was fine.
If we're making so much money through tariffs so far, $2 billion a day and counting, why do we have to have federal income taxes?
Yeah, that plays into it, because now we look at, okay, so they've closed over 190 tax offices. They're laying off 25% and some more people. And then Trump mentions the External Revenue Service.
Mm-hmm.
So you talk about that, and then you see what's going on over here is like the IRS is just folding.
Mm-hmm.
It all connects.
Right. Yep. Abolish all of it.
So,
I'm an abolitionist.
We don't need thousands of people in the IRS to collect taxes and to make it run. Through AI and supercomputing, that all can be done with maybe less than 10 people to run it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If we're going to have taxes,
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm 100% in the boat that you're not going to see income taxes.
Oh yeah.
I'm like with you, Jimmy.
You're going to see you're going to see the income taxes go away. You're going to see property taxes go away.
Yes, sir. Florida already proposed something like that.
That is coming. So you got to ask yourself, well, dang, if all these taxes are going away, how are we going to fund the government? Tariffs.
Yes. And if you're like me, who cares? Because we hate the Fed. Okay, so I start two questions. So Jane said a while ago, Jimmy, do you think we will go digital credit cards and get rid of cash?
I don't think so.
Okay. And Chad, ask Jimmy, what's happening with the Trump letters? Is Trump going after NGOs, or is it going to be government and religion in bed together?
Is he talking about the Operation Spotlight letters?
I am assuming.
Let me go back.
Yeah, I think I'm assuming. But I mean, the Trump letters and the NGOs, that's two different things. Because I remember who was talking about it. Tulsi, right? Tulsi Gabbard. What was it, Tulsi?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Tulsi Gabbard? I mean, Tulsi.
Oh, he said Trump letters, so it can't be the Operation Spotlight deal.
Yeah, that's two different things. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What was the question?
Are the government and the religion are going to be in bed together?
Well, they are in bed together.
Well, they are through the 501c3, especially here in the United States.
Yeah, you're gonna see some stuff happen to the religions too.
Right.
Again, and the reason why I say that is because the religions are designed to exert control and power, and they are made wealthy off the backs of their parishioners. So it's the same thing the government's doing. So I've always said, just specifically with Watchtower, They're nothing but a propaganda arm of the deep state. So if Trump and the Patriots and Americans are going to bring down the deep state, you got to bring down all of it, which would include religions.
Yes. The Vatican receives several $1 billion a year from taxpayers.
Yep.
And Watchtower too, it receives several, if not several $1 million a year here in the United States.
No wonder the American people are hurting. You got the government taxing us out of our asses, and then you've got your religions wanting your money as well.
Okay.
Well, that's the beauty of the 501c3.
Right. Okay. So I have a point about the religious aspect of that. And then Teddy says, "But Jimmy, who pays for the tariffs? It's you guys."
Not necessarily. We did a video on that. We played that thing by the we played that video that explained who could be responsible for the tariffs. Will it be the exporter? Will it be the importer? Will it be the customer? No one knows yet.
Right. Okay. So it's going to take some time to figure that out. And then he goes and he says that he has a proposal to solve all of America's problems. So I told him, hey, hop on if you want to. I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to hop on. But we have Stephanie here on the stage. Welcome, Stephanie.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all. I've been
Hey,
listening
Stephanie.
to your discussion. I love it. And I just do believe full-heartedly that those of us that, did vote for Trump, we need to trust him. He knows what he's doing. I have full confidence in that. And he did a great job last time he was president. It's not his fault that that COVID hit. And up to then, I mean, he'd really turned everything around, and he's a businessman, and that's why I voted for him, is because he knows how to run the country like a business, and that's gonna benefit everybody.
Yep.
Good point.
Totally agree.
And Teddy has joined the stage. Welcome, Teddy. I am so eager to hear about your solutions for America.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hello. Can you guys hear me or what?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thanks for keeping me on my toes tonight.
No, you're all good. You're all good, Jimmy. I'll always be your fact checker.
I appreciate that.
Biggest supporter at the same time. You know that.
I appreciate that.
All right. I'll come in for a couple seconds because I'm about to go to bed, but I've got a quote here from Warren Buffett, if you're aware of him.
Yeah.
Warren Buffett said, "I could end the deficit in 5 minutes." You pass a law that says anytime there's a deficit of more than 3% of the GDP, all members of Congress are ineligible for re-election.
That would be wonderful.
That's the problem with your system. It's career politicians.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you.
In the pockets of big industry and everything, you'll never get any change from people who don't want to change themselves. So
exactly.
That's a great.
I'll drop that on there.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That is a great idea, but the web of corruption in government is very, very, has a strong hold on these politicians, and Doge is going to discover it all.
Yeah, it doesn't have as strong of a hold on them as it used to. Like I said, there's still pockets of resistance right now, but like I said, we talked about the different hats you're wearing. You have your black hats and you have the red hats. The red hats do the bidding of the black hats. So let's put some members of Congress into the red hat category. You take out the black hats, what are they going to do? They're going to fold like cheap suit. So that's why Trump and many states are pushing for term limits. There needs to be term limits.
Yeah.
Why is it that just the president has term limits and not the Congress?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, they've been there for like
Um,
30, 40 years. Look at
Who controls the purse?
Congress.
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 Yep. So really quickly before we introduce Gail, she's here. Teddy says, Jimmy, I'm gonna roll up. Are there any new MAGA conspiracies I want to hear? That's gonna be for Hot Topics, but I know he's not gonna be here for that long. But if you want to just mention one, mention it, and then we're gonna move
that
on.
April 1st is the real New Year.
Is that necessarily a MAGA conspiracy? I don't think so.
It's not necessarily a MAGA one, but it's out. I mean, that one actually, this whole calendar thing makes sense.
Right.
What's he? I need him to elaborate on.
He does. He says Trump is staying for a third term, which that might be a theory. That's a good one.
Yeah, there's ways that could happen.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Because if they come out and it's released that Biden, I've talked about it before, but if Biden was not the real president and they stole it, you should give that term to Trump.
Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, then there's we talked about this before too. Since he said conspiracy, I'll just bring this out real quick. There are that we've been under continuity of government since 2016, or since the inauguration day of 2017, that we've been in the continuity of government where we've not even had a real president. We've had a commander in chief. There is a difference. So
Yes.
if there was no president in the 2016 to 2020 and then 2020 to 24, then Trump would technically, according to the original Constitution, take on the role of president, then get his 2 terms. Because the ones as commander of chief, according to the Constitution, doesn't count.
Mm-hmm. And you've mentioned this before, so I do know a little bit about that.
Yes.
I just don't know how you can prove that without also releasing all of the fraud, right? I mean, that's gonna happen regardless.
There'll have to be like major D-class for that to happen.
Yeah, like major. And I don't trust the government to actually do that. They will be revealing their own crime.
I find it hard to believe they're going to do that. Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Right.
But
I think there was actually a video.
I'm not stressed about it. I for some reason, I see this stuff happening.
It would be great. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be to Pam Bondi and Kash Patel to really do anything.
I want to put a warning on that. Don't put all your eggs in one basket with Pam Bondi and Kash Patel.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch them.
Yeah.
I don't think Trump's final version of his cabinet is set yet.
So yeah, this is a clip that I wanted to share you. I think you've seen this, Jimmy. Really, really quickly, I'm gonna play it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Something else people don't know is that started in the mid-1980s, there was a judge, a federal district court judge in New Jersey, who entered a consent decree that Republicans could not be poll watchers. So from mid-80s until 2020, Republicans were not allowed to be poll watchers on these national elections. And what happened was that judge eventually died, and the Democrats, the DNC, they had to go get that injunction renewed every 5 or 8 years, something along those lines. And when that judge died, he was replaced by an Obama judge. And they went back to that judge and they said, we want this consent decree in place, making it so Republicans cannot be poll watchers and cannot be a part of this process. And he said, what in the heck are you talking about? This is absolutely so unconstitutional. And he refused to renew that consent decree. He refused to renew that injunction. So 2020 was one of the first years that we had professional Republican poll watchers in these elections to see what was going on in Atlanta, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, in Philadelphia. It was the first time we were able to really see what was going on in these polling places. And what that tells me is that probably a lot of these shenanigans had been going on for a long, long time, but there were no Republicans there to report on it.
100%.
So things like that is what makes me believe, like, okay, now we can actually agree that everybody can agree for the whole 2020 stuff. You have to be, purposely blind to not see what happened in 2020. So for something like what we just described to happen, they would have to reveal all of this, like what she just mentioned.
Well, and if you, where am I at? I'm at 19%, so I'm going to cut my light off and plug my phone up here in a second. But if you look at what's come out over the years, that's been slowly dripping out. You had 2,000 Mules. You had
Right.
Did you watch that?
No.
I
haven't.
watched, but I heard a lot about it.
Yeah, me too.
That right there, you watch 2,000 Mules, and that is part of declassing what happened in 2020. You look at all these people that have been found guilty of election fraud since 2020. There's a whole list of them that have
But
been
what about
found guilty.
before 2020? We could say the same thing about all these past presidents. They're already dead, and that fraud already happened.
Right. So there's gonna be information, I do believe, that's going to come out to show that Obama wasn't a true president either. That information is going to come out.
Well, he wasn't a natural born American citizen.
And what you're going to find out is the elections for him were rigged too.
Yes.
Yeah, the
He was
corruption.
actually born in Kenya.
So then what happens to everything that he did as president?
It becomes null. It becomes null and void. You've heard me say this before, and those that follow me on Facebook, fraud vitiates everything.
Okay, so
in the meantime, let me. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and put my phone up, turn my lights off, so I can power my phone.
Okay, so I will introduce Gail while Jimmy's doing that. Welcome, Gail, to the stage.
Hello, Ruby. Hi, everybody. I'm just going to be quick. I just have a comment to make, and I think that it's way too soon about the tariffs. I mean, it just happened at the beginning of April, if I'm not correct. And don't forget, he's got to deal with countries all over the world, and that's going to take time. So I think we just have to be patient. The only one that's playing hardball with Trump is China. And what did Trump do? He just raised them 50% more on their tariffs. So what does that mean for us consumers? That means whatever you bought for $10, it could end up being $18. But who cares? I personally do not buy anything from China. I always check the labels where it came from. I refuse to. And that's all we have to do is don't buy their crap, because a lot of this stuff is crap. Well, anyway, I think Trump is a brilliant businessman. That's me personally. Trump also wants his head on Mount Rushmore. And I think he's going to do everything he possibly can to keep his promises to the American people, because he really wants himself up at Mount Rushmore, or he'll pay for it himself. So it's gonna take time, everybody, and it'll probably take maybe the fall or the end of the summer to really see the benefits for all the tariffs. Is it working? Is it not working? Some countries are going to go for it, and I think China's the biggest one that Trump is worried about. And did you know that Elon Musk and Peter Navarro are now fighting over tariffs because of the automobile industry? Yeah, Elon Musk said some.
I didn't know that.
He said some pretty bad things about Peter Navarro on his site, but they're fighting over the automobile industry.
Another thing that the media is pushing real quick too is their little tagline: "Trump is tariffing penguins." Okay, so let me explain that. Remember when I said that China was using Vietnam as a way to avoid paying tariffs? They were using Vietnam. They went to another country.
Are you talking about during the Vietnam War or after?
No, just in general. General. They've been moving all their goods and everything to Vietnam, changing the labels because Vietnam didn't have a tariff on them. China did, and so to avoid paying those tariffs, they sent all their stuff to Vietnam, and then it was sent into the United States. So they used another country to bypass the tariff.
Interesting.
So if Trump, according to the media, puts a tariff on penguins, okay, let's just say that's the Arctic Circle. Let's just say that no country can go to the Arctic Circle and use that as a way to bypass the tariffs.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Oh, that's
Well, that
fun.
was done during World War II. Our American companies shipped their products to some country in Argentina, and they sold it to the Nazis, especially with electric generators for their tanks. Westinghouse made all the generators and shipped it to Argentina, and Argentina sold it to the Nazis.
Yep.
So that trick has been going on for a long time.
So I'd like to see the pulse in the chat. One, how do you feel about tariffs now that by the way we've explained it? Does it make sense to you now why it's needed?
Mhm.
That's kind of the question I'd like to see what people are thinking.
Yeah, because we've been getting ripped off.
Yeah,
Mhm.
totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would agree that I know more about it than I ever did. School did not teach this.
Yeah.
So,
Well, a tariff is a tax of the importer or exporter. You know.
Yeah, and in some circumstances it could be passed to the consumer. Like if China wanted to raise something from $15 to $25, but the Americans are selling it for 20, you're gonna if it's a 15 and 20, you're gonna buy the 15. But if there's a tariff on the 15 and now that's 25, you're gonna buy the 20 for the American product. Now, you're paying $5 more than what you would have been paying, but yet you're getting a better product. And we can say that because my house was built in 1973.
mhm.
Do you know I still have the original, when I bought this house, I still have the original stove and oven top that was put in this house in 1973, and it still works
Wow.
today.
Wow.
Wow.
You had refrigerators back in the 1930s and 1940s that outlived generations.
That's true. That's true. The modern ones today last 5 years.
So I'm more than happy to pay $5 more for a product that's going to last me a lot longer, because if it lasts you a lot longer, then you don't got to go out and buy it again. Where now you buy a freaking stove or refrigerator from China, guess what you got to do in 6 to 7 years? You got to buy a new one, just like the cars.
Right,
That's
right.
true. That's
It's a
true.
perpetual cycle of cheap goods just to make money off you.
Right. And that's the only thing that I can agree like 100% when Gail said do not buy, like literally boycott China, do not buy
Yeah.
anything from them, buy American.
Yep.
We need to do that with literally everything in my opinion.
Yes, we do.
That's a good policy to have, but the general public here, or the citizens here in the United States, we have been accustomed to cheap items from overseas and China that it's kind of hard to overcome that in some communities.
Right.
But if we start to realize what tariffs could actually do to make a better product here in the United States, all the materials mostly here in the United States, and the parts made here in the United States, eventually those prices may be at first higher than what we could buy in China. Over time, it'll be cheaper.
Yeah.
Once the tariffs are in force.
Correct. And if you think about it, you might pay $5 or $10 for a product, But what happens when you don't have property tax, you don't have income tax, you don't have payroll tax?
Mm-hmm.
You get rid of that, you'll be more than happy to pay $10 more for a product.
Good
Great.
point, because you'll have more money.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the question is tariffs, which one is America first?
Mhm.
Tariffs or taxes?
Tariffs.
Tariffs is America first.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
there we go.
I agree. Yeah.
So this
Yeah.
is
Can
the only.
can we drop the mic on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could shelve that one now.
No, definitely. Now, how about this? Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Teddy says, an isolated America is a weakened America. They've dominated from their trade and consumerism.
How have we dominated from our trade?
Yeah, I'd like to know that
We
myself.
just told you we got screwed
Right.
in trade for decades.
Right. And you see, I Teddy hasn't been here in a while, but this is why I always say I am an isolationist. I am America first. I'm an abolitionist. I believe in everything that the Constitution and the Bill of Rights says, and if it's not there, don't do it. So all of these agencies that we don't really need, they should all be taken away. And
Yep.
isolation meaning zero geopolitics, zero immigration. I don't care if you legal or illegal, and those are my politics, right? I am so like hardcore with these things because I believe that we are the empire and that we can survive without the world. Now, I do understand that the world does depend on us, right? We're number one. They copy our freedoms. They copy our freedom of speech, Second Amendment. They envy those things. People want to come here. They want to become American. I get that. But until we fix our country first and put the American people first, then we could talk about the world later. But right now, I have been radicalized by everything that has been happening since 2020, when I finally woke up to the political world, that there's no going back from this. This is not something you can vote your way out of. We
No.
need drastic change. And that's why I think Trump will do that. And that's why I voted for him, like how Stephanie was talking about earlier.
And according to that CNN poll, 86% of those that were polled said that he's doing things much differently than other presidents have done in the past.
Yeah, and I don't
Which
think
is a good thing. Yeah.
we're necessarily isolating ourselves, but we're taking our power back. There's a difference.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good
Because-
comment, Stephanie.
Because it does, just to push back on that a little bit, Ruby, is let's just look at the minerals, for example. If we don't have a certain mineral available to us in the United States, but let's say a country in Africa has that mineral, then yeah, we want to make a deal with them to get that mineral, and then we can refine it here.
Mhm.
So I know what you mean about being isolationist and everything, but there are things that we do need from other countries to make life better for Americans.
Well,
Yes.
then those can be individual trades or agreements.
That
No,
would be fine. That would be fine. That would be
Yeah.
fine.
But we all have to remember that this all has to tie in with export and imports. How many countries actually take American goods? If you research that. So Trump is trying to make a lot of stuff here in America, so we don't have to import stuff from other countries. That's what this whole thing's all about. It's exporting and importing. And we have to see what's going to happen down the end of the road with the tariffs, because, I have faith in Trump, and he knows he's got obligations to the American people. I know a lot of people say a lot of bad things about Trump, but he's trying really hard, and he's getting a lot of pushback for it. And it all boils down to the mighty dollar, because a lot of people are pissed off that they're losing money because they're getting rid of all the dead weight and all the fraud and all the illegal crap that's going on. And my hat goes off to him for that, and along with Musk. So
Well, basically what you're seeing is you're literally seeing the corrupt politicians, big tech, big pharma. They're all freaking out right now because, again, go back to the parallel economies. Their globalist economy is going down, and that's why they're freaking out.
Yeah. Okay. Hey guys, I'm gonna log off. I got a few things to do, but it was great seeing you. I love the conversation. I think it's an important one. And yes, I have faith in everything that's happening. I have faith in Trump, and that it's all going to work out in the long run. So
It's good seeing you, Stephanie. Thanks for joining.
Yeah,
all
thank
right.
you for
Good
joining.
night, Stephanie.
Okay, bye. Bye.
See you soon. Okay, so we have reached our 2-hour mark, and I think it's
Okay.
now time for the shenanigans to start. So I am going to play my mid-roll out of the box that the whatever you want to call it, school, indoctrination, deep state, whatever. They always want to put us in a box, or maybe not in a box. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like, take it as you will, interpret it as you will, but I gotta do this. Okay. Teddy says, offend us. Okay, I will. So a while back, I talked about segregation. We talked a little bit about the pros and cons of segregation, and I came out with the position of maybe it wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe if we all had our own communities and we've like really worked at that, and I could take it a step further. Maybe if we only married within our own races and our own communities, that he's laughing in the chat. It's like I can hear him laughing because I know that this is gonna it might be offensive, but we're gonna talk a little bit about those pros and cons, just a little bit. I know Jimmy said it before. He doesn't necessarily like, he said melting pot, that America was a melting pot. And I'm kind of done with that rhetoric that the textbooks tell us that America is such a melting pot. But I get it. I understand it. My thing was, one of my points was how the Black community has been demolished. I feel bad for the Black community, and how the white community has been made to kind of have that white guilt, they call it, like they have to feel sorry for what they did during slavery or whatever. Meanwhile, most of those slave ships were Jewish, but let's not get into that. Back to
Here we
that's a
go.
whole nother
You're not
story.
wrong. You're not wrong.
That's true.
Guys, I'm not gonna be able to finish my sentence. I'm gonna
No,
be
go
laughing
ahead.
too much. Oh my god. And
Go ahead.
Juan
Go
F. Kennedy just joined the chat.
Juan F. Kennedy.
Oh my god. Okay, guys. So that was my position right from the very beginning. I was thinking, well, what if the Spanish community, the Hispanic community, was its own community where we lived in communities where only Spanish people lived? The Black community had theirs, the whites, everybody else had their own community. And then I was thinking, how do people feel about this? I know that if I say that, I'm gonna get canceled, right?
That
But
won't,
X
that
is a
won't
place
work. That's not going to work. No.
Okay, yes. So Gail says that's not gonna work. So let me know how you guys feel in the chat. I'm gonna play you a video. I'll play you a clip of how another woman explained this, and she explained it in the best way possible. Let me see if I could get it. Hold on, give me a second, guys. I'm looking through my bookmarks. And I gotta tell you, I didn't come up with this idea on my own. So let me just put that out there right now. I did not come up with this on my own. I have talked to many people on the internet who have already
how do you handle interracial marriages? I have a couple interracial marriages in my family. How are you going to separate them?
Well, my original thing was the segregation, but the marriage part, I took it a step further by mentioning that, which I already know that's impossible. But in my mind, I'm like, how was it back in the day when it really was?
Yeah, she's speculating. She's not. Yeah.
I'm exploring ideas here. So here goes the video. Let's watch it.
So what's your take?
Bring back segregation.
100% disagree.
Dead and bring it back. I want to know where I'm not welcome, okay? Put them signs back up. Colors only, whites only. Let's do it, all right? Rip the Band-Aid off, especially for a restaurant. Are you kidding me? Whites only? What do I want to do in there? What they got? Mashed potatoes, mayonnaise, hot dogs. Colors only, we got seasoning, turmeric. Paprika.
Okay, I like this.
Okay.
You're saying that the black excellence,
Absolutely.
the segregation is to get
the colored excellence.
Okay.
Okay. What's the playlist in the whites only spot? They playing Carrie Underwood and Kid Rock. We playing Babyface and Diggable Planets. Ain't no overhead lighting. What are you talking about?
Wait, where am I going?
Coloreds.
Hell yeah.
Look at his hair. Talking about where am I going? That's the problem with North Africans.
That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. I'm in. 100% agree. Let's go.
Talking about where I'm going.
Oh, man. Yeah.
What happens to you in the summertime?
Where are we putting the Italians?
Listen.
Hey, I'm a
I just want to know.
I don't need their food. I don't like tomatoes.
So they're going on the white side.
Black people spend over $1 trillion a year. I would love for the government to force us to spend it on our own people.
This is very good.
Yeah.
I like this a lot.
I brought you over to the side.
And the black airplane?
Oh, come on. The Soul Plane, baby.
I want to be on Soul Plane.
Yes, it's going to be noisy on there, but that's what noise cancellation headphones are for. You know what I'm saying?
And they're going to have all the good movies.
All the good movies, all the good music.
Oh, man.
And while we at it, bring back sundown towns. They never left, but...
What's that?
Well, a sundown town was back in the day during Jim Crow where black people weren't allowed to be in a town after the sunset.
Wow.
So those towns never left. They still exist in America, but they took the signs down. I want them to put the signs back up. I wanted to save 248 miles to the next town that likes colored people. Get your gas in Atlanta. Don't stop till you get to Savannah. All right?
I'm with her.
He with me.
Okay, that was hilarious.
It really was. And I see this kind of stuff in my algorithm and it makes me think, you know? So how do you guys feel about it? Go ahead.
I will say one.
Don't hate my comment. It's a joke. The blacks will kill each other off like they do in Chicago and other places. So I can't see that. It's a joke. Don't take me seriously. No hate comments back.
In response to her sundown comment, I will say something that I've experienced. Back in the day when I was living in Robeson County in North Carolina, it's full of the Lumbee Indians. And I worked in a little town called Pembroke, selling insurance to the Lumbee Indians. But everybody knew that at sundown, there better not be a white person in Pembroke.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, okay.
Now, what was interesting, though, is because I sold insurance in that town and people got to know who I was. Remember back in the day, I mean, Ruby may not remember this, but some others, when you used to go cruising in a town, you know, y'all, everybody, all the teenagers, young 20-year, they'd all cruise the town. And, you know, you would do the same thing for like 3 hours, the same route, waving at people, drinking, having fun. You cruise the town. I was the only white person in Pembroke after dark because they accepted me because I was their insurance agent.
Wow, that's great. And what would happen if you were not welcomed?
You would get beat up.
That's
wow.
The Lumbee Indians would take they would start some shit with you.
That's
understandable.
When I was growing up, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In my hometown, the next town over was Glendale, California, and they had that same type of sign that that the black people could not be in that town at sundown. It was designated at 6 o'clock. They had to be out of Glendale, California.
This
was the 50s, though. You know.
I like what Teddy said in the chat. He said, "No ethnic group." So that's just all the lamppost. Yeah, you just put up something. I was like, "Well, no ethnic group is to blame for the shortcomings of a nation. It's the government's fault." Teddy, I could not agree with you more on that.
Good
I
point.
agree as well.
Me too.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Go ahead, Juan Kennedy.
I love your comments, guys. Joseph, I loved your comment on Glendale. I kind of saw the tail end of it here in Yuma in the 60s and 70s. But I just want to say that I'd rather die than to be without my Native American brothers in the city, or without my white friends and without the black friends. I'd rather die. I feel blessed. I believe, somebody told me, Jesse, you want to go to Paradise Earth? I've been to paradise. It's in my rearview mirror. I lived in Yuma in 1976. I always tell people that. I've already lived in heaven. I've already been to heaven. We're in hell now. So I don't believe it. You know what? When I was a little kid, Gilbert probably remembers this. My mom took me to go see my aunt. She was dying. my mom's aunt. And they're Spanish. So half of our family has like blonde hair, blue eyes, and they're white Mexicans, light colored Mexicans. And they treat the darker Mexicans real bad. And so like my daughter has red hair, blue eyes. She's a Mexican, you know, and my wife and my grandpa. But I remember when I was watching my my aunt, and she was blind, and my mom took me to see her, and she goes, "He looks like my husband." And my grandaunt threw my hand, and she goes, "How ugly." And they hated dark skinned people, darker skinned people.
Yeah, that's a Hispanic thing.
And I wanted to choke her, and I was only 5 years old. But so I was blessed. I was blessed to see prejudice at an early age. Because I got to see the non-prejudice. I got to see the love that existed in the United States, and I got to see the prejudice that existed in Mexico. So I think we were blessed in America in a lot of ways because we beat the prejudice. And we, for a while there, we did build a beautiful.
But what if you could have it without the prejudice? Because I'm not talking about being prejudiced.
No,
I'm just talking about.
I love the prejudice. I love the prejudice.
Yes, Jesse, you're missing the point that because. And I know you know it. I thought you were going to go there. The smartest minds in the world have already talked about this. The problem is not that video, Ruby. She's right, because there's two issues here. You have to understand. All men are created equal. So a government cannot have rules that will treat one human being different than another. However, there is a thing called property rights. And if you own a restaurant, you have every right as a property owner to say, I don't want Mexicans, blacks, or whites, or whoever, because either we are free to exercise rights in our own kingdom, in our own property, or guess what? We are not kings in our own property. So the difference is, and this is why a lot of that racism existed, is because the government
is trying to fix it.
Yeah. Correct. You can't
fix the heart because we don't frequent those restaurants we frequent the restaurants that Black people own, that Jewish people own, that Muslims own, because we love all mankind.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting. One thing that I'll give credit to being in JW was I grew up with all colors.
Yep.
I basically was not taught. I wasn't taught to be prejudiced, and notice what I said there. I wasn't taught to be prejudiced.
Right.
All right. Okay. So you know, my best friend from first grade to sixth grade was Ben Clark, little black dude. We had a great time, and then on top of that, I also grew up in the military. So being in the military, we got shipped to different places in the country. And we even got shipped to Japan. So I was able to experience that culture, be around Japanese, and be around a lot of different people in America, a lot of different ethnic groups. And then when I became a teenager, get this, when I was a full-in JW, pioneering at 19 years old, there was a girl, her name was Monica, a black girl, hot as hell. All right. Fine black girl. All right. I liked her a lot. Okay.
We get the point, Jimmy.
Word, okay, Jimmy, damn.
So anyway, yeah, Monica. Yeah. So, so anyway, it got to a point to where I was actually thinking about asking her out. And, you know, remember then, you know, if you do that in the JW world, that's like, you know, you're looking to get married if you want to start dating. So I mentioned my feelings to my JW mother, full in JW mother. And you know what she told me?
What?
You need to stay in your own race.
Oh, you see what I'm talking about? Yup.
And I was like, why? I mean, we get along. She's hot. And you know, we have fun together. We're pioneering together. We hang out with, you know, we had a lot of young people in our congregation, but we hung out all the time. And I'm like, Mom, no one has a problem with us. And she's like, yeah, it just doesn't look right. From my JW mother.
Jimmy, we lived through that in reverse. We looked down, like my brother married a sister, an American sister, an English sister. And we kind of looked down on him. It was reverse. Can you imagine a reverse world? A reverse world? And a lot of it, my brother, who married an English girl, later on, he told us that he agreed with it because there's a lot of cultural changes. And when he was an elder in Arkansas. He passed away during the COVID thing. And he would tell us that when he saw young black kids marrying young white girls or vice versa, they suffered so much. Not from just from culturally. But here's the thing: love is such a powerful. It's the most powerful spirit in the creation. That when a man loves a woman, the color doesn't matter, but culture interjects itself in the marriage of a young family. So we can't disregard the culture. It does.
But you're not answering Ruby's question though. Ruby's question was on that video. The problem is the government is telling you you're a free person, but you're not. Because if you are a free person, you have every right to say, I don't want black people in my restaurant because I own it. And then to answer Teddy, he says, well, you're not king the Native Americans. That's bullshit, because if you listen to the smartest black man in the last 100 years, Thomas Sowell, he's the one that tells you that the Native Americans were not united with the earth. They were killing each other like barbarians. And guess what? The Americans did it too. Since the beginning of mankind, humans have been conquering each other and fighting. So guess who owns the land? Whoever occupies it and whoever has the deed today. That's who owns it. So the question, that video that you mentioned, Ruby, is it's not whether or not we should be separated. Is who is free? And the government is telling you you're free, but they're giving you a whole bunch of rules that you have to do in your own property. And that is the big issue. And that goes back to what Jesse's saying, is that you can't legislate love. If a person wants to hate, let them hate. So we can all see it. And that's the issue. People do not understand the concept of freedom. It sounds great, but they become scared when you come to find out that, oh my God, if we're free people, that means we can all make alcohol, we can all sell marijuana, we can also, either we're free or we're not free.
Good point, because I was just about to dive into that. For example, if you bought property and you bought the land and everything, and you only wanted your people to live there, you should have the freedom to do that. If you have a private business and you only wanted to serve this group, you should be able to do that.
But not the government.
Ruby, civil rights destroyed all that.
Exactly, which dives into the whole theory about the civil rights that I've mentioned before.
Beautiful, Joseph.
Oh, and Joseph, I do have a comment that was referred to you. Teddy was talking to me in the chat. He says, if you think cultural exclusion for ethnic groups would help America, think about the Jim Crow laws and if they were justified or not. And then he was asking you, Joseph, do you remember that time period and how it was?
Yes, I do. I remember in my hometown, there was a black community where they had their own grocery stores, their own mechanics, their own doctors, their own butchers, and their own grocery stores and so on. And it was a beautiful community. And they had their own churches, and we would drive by, you could hear them singing and all this and that. But when civil rights was passed, that community was destroyed.
Yep, you see.
It decimated that group of people to the point that now today, there's hardly any fathers for the children. The women having children from different kinds of men in the community, and they're on welfare.
Yeah, you remember, y'all familiar with Black Wall Street, right?
Yes.
Yep, I've mentioned that before. Yep.
Okay, all right. It was doing good.
Yes, they destroyed it.
They just the globalists destroyed it.
Civil rights was an unnecessary law to be passed because of the Constitution.
Yep.
We didn't need civil rights.
Right,
That was
agreed.
forced upon us to favor one particular race.
Exactly. And that's where I agree with Gigi on this, because you have the Constitution. You're either free or you're not. You don't have to have the civil rights law thing. It's already there in the Constitution.
Hey, in our hometown in Arizona, we grew up in Paradise, and we had Mexican American communities, we had Black African American communities, and we had white farmers, and then we had the Okies from the Oklahoma Depression that came through. So we had a beautiful, beautiful city, and so the Blacks had their school. They even had their own swimming pool. I'm 56 years old, and I remember this. So it wasn't that long ago. I got to see it with my own eyes. They had George Washington Carver School, the Blacks, but the Blacks could go to all the other schools. But they had a predominantly Black school. There was no segregation. It wasn't segregated. They lived in that neighborhood.
That's right.
And they had their own swimming pool. And so let's say you were poor that day. You only had a dime. You'd go to George Washington swimming pool because it was dime, Carver. Or you would go to the other city pool, which was a quarter. So if you didn't have a lot of money when you were a kid, you would go to the Black pool or you would go to the upscale.
Right.
But it wasn't mandatory. Anybody can go anywhere. But the predominant Black was in the Carver neighborhood. And what happened, if you go there today in 2025, there's no other races, just Mexican Americans. They've taken it over. The Blacks have disappeared. Something has destroyed the Black community in our town. It disappeared, vaporized.
I wanted to share one last experience that I had when I was younger in my early years. When I left Virginia because I got disfellowshipped, I moved down to St. Paul's, North Carolina at 21 years old. And when I got down there, I knew nobody. The only thing I knew about St. Paul's as a little town is you had the Black and you had the white side. And I actually lived on the main highway, so I was kind of in the middle. But at 21 years old, not knowing anybody, being a lover of playing baseball, I noticed that right down the road from me, there was a ball field. And every Sunday, there'd be like 50 Black folks out there playing softball. And I said, you know what? I think I'm just going to run down there one day. And I did. I walked down there one day. I said, hey, do y'all mind if I play with you? And they were like, no, come on. You can. What position you play? I'm shortstop. And they're like, all right, well, you can go play shortstop. And then I started playing with them every Sunday. It got to a point that very first day I made a play, picked it up, I threw their fastest runner out in their family. That what this was, it was the Harris family. They had the mom and the dad, like 8 children. They had kids. It was this huge ass family that got together every Sunday to play softball. And when I made that play and I threw out the fastest runner in the family, they looked at me and they said, "Oh my God, he played like Chipper Jones." and that's where my nickname stuck there. And I played with this family for like 6-7 years.
Oh, that's nice.
And they invited me to, their Sunday dinners. And eventually, by the time I end up moving away from the area, a lot of the young girls in that family, young Black girls, they had white boyfriends. And I was like, it made me think about Monica.
Yup, you could have had it. Damn, Jimmy.
Hey, what was Monica's last name?
No, we're not doing that.
Logan.
Okay.
Ruby, let me address Joseph.
It wasn't Lewinsky, was it? No.
Monica Logan.
May I share an experience I had with people being prejudiced? This is back in the 80s. A dear friend of mine, she passed away from AIDS. She was a beautiful Black woman. She contracted AIDS from her husband because he obviously cheated on her. We worked very closely together. Now, we'd go out and have to lunch together, and we went to a Chinese restaurant. They would not serve us. This is a true story. Teresa didn't get mad, but I lost my temper because I've never experienced that before in my life. So finally, after an hour, they waited on us because my daughter was with me, and she's the one that she goes, "Mommy, they're not waiting on us." So I said to Teresa, I said, "I'm afraid to eat the food now." So she said, "Don't make a scene, Gail." So we stayed there. So a week later, we go into another Chinese restaurant. Same thing. They took Teresa and I and stuffed us in the back where no one could see us. So I got up. I said, "Look, I can't take this anymore. Let's go." So then I went to Jimmy's Steerhouse, which is a famous restaurant in my hometown. And there was a couple across from us. Do you know that they got up and walked out because they didn't like me? And I don't know what it was between me and Teresa. I was born as to be, and she was a beautiful Black woman, but it bothered a lot of people when we were together. And I could never understand it to this day. My dad was prejudiced, but my mom was the Italian side. My dad was English. He took me, I went to a Baptist church, and the minister was Black. It was predominantly an all-Black congregation, and I loved it. I loved singing in the choir. My father took me out because he was upset because of the number of African Americans that were attending. So I've had my own experiences, but Teresa unfortunately has passed away. But I loved her dearly. My mother loved her. My children loved her. But I witnessed it firsthand, and I was actually very shocked to witness it. I knew it existed, but to experience it yourself, it's a horrible thing. It really is.
Hey, Ruby, I just wanted to tell Joseph that, see, the problem, I disagree with you, Joseph, on the problem with the civil rights, because there comes a point in the course of human history where things need to be clarified. So this is what I'm trying to say. When Martin Luther King was giving that speech, the I Had a Dream speech, he talked about a check. And the founding fathers had issued a check that all men are created equal, endowed by their creators with certain unalienable rights. But the check had bounced. So when Martin Luther King was going after the civil rights, he was well within his constitutional rights to change the Constitution, in that the Constitution needed to remunerate. Like, hey, we need to remind everybody that this check is a good check. Now, that we need that same thing in 2025 with Donald Trump. He needs to do the same thing. The check of the United States government to a lot of us is coming back in non-sufficient funds. So, but like anything, any good thing can be turned by globalists or whoever, or Democrats, into a nefarious product. But I do believe Martin Luther King was onto something. And if you listen to that speech, America, the governments were bouncing the check of the Declaration of Independence. And did Martin Luther King have a problem with white-only restaurants? No, but he had a problem is you not issuing a permit so a Black man can have a restaurant. You see, the playing field was not level. And right. So he understood that we can't legislate love. We can't legislate racism. Unfortunately, like our friend Teddy, who's from England, he thinks everything can be legislated, but that's why he has a king by the name of Charles, and we have a president who's going to leave this America a better place than when he
Gilbert. And they took Martin Luther King's guns away. They took away his guns. They took away his Second Amendment rights.
Well, so I gotta respectfully disagree, though. I agree with Joseph. The whole civil rights, the whole movement is no good, in my opinion. The Constitution already puts it there, but that's a whole nother story.
Hey, since we're on the conspiracy part, MLK was a CIA operative. There you go.
Exactly. So when we dive,
that's true.
Exactly. So that's what gives me the red flags about anything that came out of that man's mouth is void for me. It's a red flag.
Can I just, in his defense, let me just throw this at you. I don't know, Jimmy. I am willing,
Oh, those files are coming out. You'll see.
Yeah. And we're seeing new things every day. But let me just throw this angle at you. And it goes to what Gigi said. Gail, I've been discriminated all my life for, but I'm okay with it because my dad taught me how to take the punches, how to take the, when somebody calls me a wetback, I just work harder. When somebody calls me short, fat, Mexican, anything,
Yeah, it means nothing.
roll with the punches, and it made me a stronger man. But one time we were at the local supermarket hardware store before Home Depot and Lowe's, all the big box stores. And so it was a local neighborhood hardware store. And I went there with my dad, and we were sheetrocking the bathroom. We sheetrocking it. And he goes, let's go to the hardware store and get some sheetrock screws. And my dad's Mexican-American, primarily Spanish-speaking. So he forgot how to say sheetrock screws. He goes up to the counter and goes, where are your, and he says it in Spanish, chilios, and the sheetrock screws. And my dad said it, and he got nervous. I don't know why my dad got nervous. I never saw my dad nervous. And he got scared because he lost the word in English. And the guy yelled at him, I don't speak Spanish. And he yelled at my dad. And I lost it, and I cussed him out. I don't do that. I go, listen, my dad wants sheetrock screws. I swear I didn't do it premeditated. And so my granddaughter and my grandchildren are half African-American, half Mexican. And when I see them succeed, I get proud. So sometimes as a human, we can take the abuse, but when our parents or our children are discriminated, a human emotion greater than yourself. Like, I cannot take somebody abuse my dad or my children. It's go ahead and abuse me. Call me wetback, call me anything you want, but don't do that to my family. I think that's what I was. That's what I thought MLK was.
So
that's
you know what?
The way
Jesse's bringing
in
up
my
a great
nativity, that's how I saw MLK.
Jesse, you're bringing up a great subject. I'll just say real quick. So in America, you're describing a group of people that think that we're supposed to live on paradise earth. But what Ruby's saying, according to that video, is like, no, I want to live with all of the problems because I know that these problems make me a better person.
Yes.
And a lot of people, you're describing a sheltered society.
Right. I think it should have never been tampered with at all. Just follow the Constitution. If you break the law, then you go to jail. That's
And
it.
if
I
you're
don't think you need
racist,
to
Well,
amend
that's
anything.
why we have the 14th Amendment.
Right. Exactly.
Was to give them citizenship. The
Right.
African slaves were to be citizens.
And that's
they
it.
were.
Once you're a citizen, you're free.
Even
That's
at that time period, many of them became congressmen, served in Congress during that Reconstruction period.
Right.
Ruby, you're Puerto Rican. Well, what if somebody attacks you, Puerto Rican? You know how to take a punch, but what if they hit your kid? Will you turn into a mama bear?
But it's not about that though, because I'm American. That's all that matters.
Yes, but if they use a slur against you or your kids,
It wouldn't affect me because I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm American. You
okay,
see what
no,
I'm
but
saying?
I'm not
Like,
saying that.
I want to take off those labels and I want to just say we're all American. That's it.
Thank you.
I know that. But what I'm saying is when they attack your children, it's worse than if they're attacking you, is my point.
Sure, but I'm gonna look at my kids and I'm gonna be like, do what you've been taught because you're American and you don't take that from nobody.
And that's what my dad told me too. He told me that.
Right.
And my dad taught me that. But I still was angry. I lost it. I lost my cool when they attacked my dad.
I don't really get angry at those things because we're just American. And I'm not talking about banning groups of people from other groups of people's places. All I'm saying is that we should construct based on our groups, either if it's race or ethnicity or whatever, and we focus more on that and we lift each other up as a community of Hispanics, Blacks, whites, etc. And if we want to go to each other's sides, by all means do that, right? We're American. But we should at least have the institution to bring our own selves up.
Right.
And the law doesn't say that it's illegal for you not to do so. That's all I'm saying is like bring that freedom back, like Gigi was saying. And a great example was when the LGBTQ community was trying to force a Christian bakery to bake a cake for them. You see what I'm saying? It's like, no,
Yes.
If they refuse because of whatever it may be, they should have the right to do that. You're not supposed to be forcing other people to do things or go places or serve or not serve if they don't want to. But that's all I'm saying.
let's go to Jimmy's conspiracy. Let's address it if you don't mind.
So can I say something because I gotta leave and
Okay, go ahead, Gail.
I'm half Italian, and this is a true story. My deceased husband, he was a Vietnam vet. His mother did not want him marrying me because I was called a guinea. Now, I don't care what race you are. There's persecution in all ethnic groups. The Armenians have been persecuted.
Yeah.
The Italians have been persecuted. The Irish brutally been persecuted. So
The Jews,
the Spanish, the blacks, the Jews, everybody's got a horror story. But the point for me is I'm a very loving and compassionate person. And I learned that I have to give a credit to the Jehovah's Witnesses. I learned to love a lot of different people from a lot of different walks of life.
Yeah.
And my mother was like that. My mother taught me different than my dad was prejudiced, but I listened to what my mother said because she was right. But she taught me love somebody. It doesn't matter. And my grandmother would say the same thing. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. We all bleed the same. And it's all about getting along and loving one another.
No, love has no colors. It's
No,
no. It's
Gigi, amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail, and thank you for
Thank
joining.
you. It was a
too, if you
great
have to
show.
hop
I
off.
really enjoyed it. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Good talking to you, Gail. Thanks for joining.
Good night,
Ruby,
everyone.
I'm going to leave too, Ruby, but I just want to let you know at the beginning when you were talking, I just want to finish with this. When you were talking about the Trump executive orders, well, people need to understand, and we'll just use Chevrolet as an example. The chief executive of Chevrolet makes hundreds of decisions every day as a chief executive officer. Donald J. Trump has been elected by the American people to be the chief executive officer of all of the executive branch offices. So he has every right to issue 100 executive orders a day because he is the CEO. He is not issuing laws. He is telling the people in the executive branch, I am your boss. You will do what I say because the American people hired me. I am your boss. And so the reason you played that video and all those people were stupefied and dumbfounded that he made all of these executive orders is because for the first time in history, we actually have a president who's doing his job.
Right.
Yeah.
And these people are stupefied. Like, how dare he make 100 decisions a day?
Right.
So that's the whole point about executive orders. He is the chief executive officer of many government agencies, and he is the boss.
Awesome. Thank you, Gigi.
Gilbert, don't go yet because I want to hit Jimmy's
Oh, yes, please do, because I'm about to move on to my next offensive idea.
Okay, well, Jimmy, let me just throw this at you, Jimmy. I do honor what you're saying, and I agree. We're seeing things with our own eyes that we never thought. But I'm coming from my age and my experience as an American. Martin Luther King meant everything to us. Martin Luther King Jr. And he inspired everybody in our age group and beyond before us, our big brothers and sisters. Let me give you an example. In 1960 and 1959, he campaigned with Nixon. He didn't campaign with Kennedy, and then a couple of years before that, he took a knife to the chest, and he says, even if he had sneezed, he would have died, and he did that for his people. So it's hard for me to believe that he would be a CIA operative, but look at how much we're finding out that our government has lied to us on other points. I understand that point, but it's just hard to let go because he's so beloved to so many generations.
I understand that. So let me preface this with some questions. Civil rights. We all know that when they name a bill, what's the actual name of that bill?
The 1964 Civil Rights Bill.
Okay, is that what it's called?
Yeah, with President Johnson after they had killed.
So what have we learned about the names of bills? What should we think when we see the names of the bills?
They bring up a name to try to change your mind of what it actually is.
Right. You always think the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So civil rights, let's change the rights. No, they didn't want no rights. So because of after the civil rights, before and after, the Black American population, did they have more freedom or less freedom after the civil rights?
They had an illusion of greater, but it turns out in hindsight that it is less.
Exactly. And we know that the globalists, they like to think ahead and plan these things. So the civil rights movement, again, other than 2020 riots, when you speak of riots, what does everybody think of?
Protesting, murder, mayhem, arson.
What period of time in history?
Oh, okay. During the
civil rights.
During the civil rights movement. What have we learned about the government? They want to divide Americans. Yeah. The civil rights did that. Who was leading the civil rights movement?
Martin Luther King.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
But here's the thing: they co-opted him. Yes, I agree. Just like the
So hold on. You said they co-opted him. When you say that, what do you mean by that?
They infiltrated
and used him, right?
Yeah, similar to what happened. But you know who was saying this in 1964? A gentleman by the name of Barry Goldwater was saying that. A gentleman by the name of Ronald Reagan was saying it. Exactly what you're saying. And they called them kooks.
Of course they did. They call everybody conspiracy theorists that question the JFK murder.
Mm-hmm.
But they were saying that. But the love that Martin Luther King had, he got used. He got used because Martin Luther King was hated by LBJ. He was hated by LBJ. He hated Kennedy. They used him. They co-opted him. I really don't think he went premeditated like Judas Iscariot. I think he was used.
Well, you got to think about it too. There's all the stories about his sexual history. So I'm sure, what do they use with these guys? Blackmail. So yeah, he could have been easily co-opted and turned a CIA operative. Easy.
Right. And the documents that were released say that. So that you would have to Google the MLK files and you will read that. There's 20 plus pages that I've downloaded it. I've read it. And it's just, you can't go back from that.
And what we're finding out through the Great Awakening, we have told people, hey, all those stars and sports figures that you look up to and idolize?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing goes with politicians.
Hey, Jimmy, on Joe Rogan the other night was Bill Murray. And I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. And he was one of the first shows on Saturday Night Live. And he said that now he, as a comedian from the 70s, he's coming to the conclusion that maybe the CIA, maybe the deep state took out Nixon because Nixon was going to divulge a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
But listen, I was 6 years old when they took out Nixon. And I knew, and I'm just a little Mexican, know nothing in the corner. And I knew that they were taking out Nixon. How did all these white people not know 50 years ago? How did all these, I'm just an immigrant kid. I don't know. But
they knew.
I knew instinctively that the deep state was I didn't know what the deep state was, but I knew that Nixon was Nixon is a saint compared to these deep state figures.
Correct.
How is it that people are barely coming to this conclusion 50 years later? I ask myself.
Why did people put face diapers on their face in 2020?
Exactly. It's stupid.
They want to believe.
Right. Yeah. It's some purpose. So it's really quickly, Jimmy, before I move on to my next offensive thought, Teddy says, how did civil rights divide America? If you could explain that, because you said that the civil rights
I just go with what I've seen through history, and what I see from that time period. I see a very divided America.
Can I have a crack at that too?
That period of time was so divisive.
Well, let's take names and places and times. I'll start off with 1964. Lyndon Johnson, a member of the Democrat Party. What was the political wing of the Democrat Party? the KKK. We all know that since civil
Oh,
rights.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now there was senators that were Democrats that were KKK, and yet they're talking about civil rights. And you had guys on the Republican side like Barry Goldwater, Ronald Reagan saying, "Hey, this is going to be bad for the black community. This is
Yeah.
going to be bad. This is not going to strengthen the family. This will divide the family."
Right.
So it laid the groundwork for the destruction. I really believe that Martin Luther King was preaching love. They conquered the civil rights movement, and they took it somewhere where he wasn't. He came through the prism of a Christian point of view, and it turned into a political bastardization of what rights really are. They turned it into welfare state. They turned it into nanny state. The Medicare, Medicaid. That's how they divided
But
America.
I think that was his intention. That's what I'm saying. That's the red
I
flag.
don't-
That
I
was
don't-
the intention. And it might not look like that on the surface because he presented himself to be a Christian, but he really wasn't a Christian.
Well, in my view, he was, because if you listen to his speeches in the 1950s, have you followed his speeches from the early 50s? And
Yeah, but the same thing can be said about Obama, and he's a great teleprompter reader. That doesn't mean that they are actually like that. And with MLK, it doesn't matter what he said in his speech or how did he live his personal life. And when the FBI was spying on him, the files have been already leaked. He was not who he said he was.
Yeah, there's more files coming out on him too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's just
was his
Sorry,
morals
Jesse.
were in the gutter, really.
no, I'll still believe because I'm a forever.
But let me ask you this: when the MLK files come out, and prove that what we're saying was correct, will you still believe, or will you accept the information?
Oh, of course I would accept the information. I'll forever accept the information. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna email you the files.
Yeah, but
I got
I'm presenting what my life experience is.
I get that. I get that. I get that.
Okay, so moving on really quickly because it's already midnight.
Damn it! Again.
I know, damn. Okay, my next offense that I'm willing to do tonight. Here goes a meme. And on the left side it says men killing 1 billion people in wars all over human history. And on the right side it says women killing 1.3 billion people via abortion since 1980.
Oh goodness.
Yes, so we are gonna go there. I used to be pro-choice. I used to think that women should have the choice over their own bodies and yada yada, right? My body, my choice. But that really exploded when 2020 happened, right? My body, my choice. The government was forcing us to wear a mask, right? So, and these comparisons have been made all the time all over the internet, right?
Right.
So now, as I have moved on the political spectrum, I believe that it's not as simple as her body, her choice. There is also another person involved, the father, right?
Right.
And there are no laws dictating that a woman cannot get an abortion unless she has the permission of the father. So right now, you can abort whether or not the father agrees or disagrees. And I have a problem with that. Because what if the father did want to keep it? You know what I'm saying? And, now the right of the man as a father is being violated, in my opinion, if she can just go ahead and do it anyways. She doesn't need any permission. So is it really only your body, your choice? No, because the father should have
feminism. That's what all that's about.
Yeah.
The woman has
Exactly.
the power of her own body, that a man can't tell her anything what to do. But actually, when it comes to an abortion, if you actually saw what the doctor does if the child is like 6 months during the pregnancy, they go inside her and with a pair of scissors cut the baby up in pieces.
TMI.
Yeah, so
and take it out.
Yes. So if anybody is
That's taking
interested
a
in that
life.
procedure, definitely Google it. But I'm not going to
Yeah,
explain. We're not going to explain it too much here.
It's horrible.
Exactly. So point number 2 is exactly what Joseph was saying. It was feminism is the lie of feminism that they tell women that they can be independent, that they could work, that they could. The whole women's rights, the whole women's movement has destroyed real women, in my opinion.
Just like the civil rights did with the black community.
Exactly. So do you see the theme here that I'm trying to make? And I know that this might sound
Just
offensive.
like men could play sports with women.
Oh my God.
Bingo, bingo, Joseph.
It's the same thing.
Exactly. So I have a video here that I wanted to play to just make this point, drive the point home.
Feminism has told us for a very long time having babies is slavery. So how about I just get a dog instead so that I can meet my need for nurture without the actual responsibility of having a baby? Because this little thing is a lot easier to look after than a baby. I don't have a problem with people that love their pets. I love my dogs. But I have a problem with people in culture that treat dogs like they're babies, but then think it's okay to murder their own babies in the womb. When our culture esteems veganism and the fact that, well, we shouldn't kill animals for our food, I have a problem when you care more about killing animals for food than the genocide that's going on in our culture right now, and that is the murder of millions and millions of babies. That's my problem with culture today. You treat a dog better than you treat a baby made in the image of God. You care more about animals being used for food than babies made in the image of God. Look at what G.K. Chesterton said. Wherever there is animal worship, there is human sacrifice. Nurturing is instinctual. That's why we'll do it with anything. We'll do it with our pets. Being selfless, that's not instinctual. Titus chapter 2 actually says it like this. He says to the older women, train the younger women to love their husbands and love the children. What do you mean train? I thought that it was just a maternal instinct. No. Instead of older women telling the younger women that children are a blessing, the older women have been telling the younger women they're a hindrance. To be a mother, that's slavery. And we wonder why, as a society, we have gotten here where we think it's okay to murder babies in the womb.
Hey, Ruby, can I say something about that? I love listening to Spanish music of my grandfather and my dad because it talks about a language. It's almost Shakespearean in English, but in the Spanish, it's how we translated love and history in the Spanish culture, in the Mexican culture. I don't know about the Puerto Rican or the Mexican-American culture is the only one that matters to me. Anyways, so we're like the superior race. Anyways, but when there's something that happens when an egg and a sperm hit, scientists are discovering that there's a light, an explosion, when life first forms, and the scientists are baffled. And sometimes when I hear Spanish music and it talks about perfidy, it talks about betrayal and adultery and love, it talks about that light of spark. It is so great. And we live in the earth such a little time, and men and women have just a few short years to experience the gift of life, that a mother will have a baby, a father will have a son. And then this generation is being destroyed. They turn 40 years old and those birth years are over. They've been lied to, and they turn bitter and angry women because they've been lied to all their lives. And love is such a special thing. For example, in all of the universe, we humans are the only ones that can procreate. The angels and the creatures and the demons, the gods in the heavens, they cannot procreate. They have lost that. We humans have that, and they see us with jealousy because we have this gift, and then we treat it like this. So I think that motherhood and fatherhood is being slammed by higher spiritual forces because they're jealous.
Yeah, it's evil.
Of the beautiful gift that we have. We have been given a beautiful gift. And so what they want to do is destroy it. We have a beautiful thing called a mother. For example, me in my culture, when we have our darkest day, when I have the darkest day, let's say I've been beat up financially, spiritually, morally, raped, whatever. The first thing I'm going to think of is my mother. And so I don't want to hear some LGBT person saying that they don't know what a mother is. Yes, we know instinctively what a mother is.
Right, exactly.
It's that voice we hear in ourselves when we need it. Yeah, and
good point.
That's what I get from that video about the babies.
Yeah. So that was one of my other stances that that I am still exploring it, because it is very hard to try to convince somebody or even debate this topic, right, without talking about the spiritual element like Jesse's bringing up. And if you don't want to go that route and you just want to handle it purely politically, I think it is a little harder to do that, to prove that it's not just the mother, it's not just the father, because now there's a third element there. There is an unborn person that the law, or okay, not the law, but maybe more your morals should be protecting that, right? Because I know Jesse and Gigi always talk about that in the Constitution. What was the word? Was it prosperous or something like that? What was that word that you guys always talk
Providence.
about?
Providential.
No,
Providential.
but what was the other one about?
Prosperity.
Yes, okay, yeah, that is supposed to be like flourishing, or like you're supposed to, be, doing it more. Something to that effect, right? I don't know how to explain my point, but
Well, only the 1% flourishes.
right.
and prospers, whereas we are nothing but nothing compared to we're just nobody according to the New World Order, how they view citizens. We're
Correct.
just
Right, but that's
Correct.
the problem.
we're owned by a bank.
Yeah.
You will own nothing.
Where the value
eat the
of our
bugs.
bodies has a monetary value to a bank. That's all we are to them.
Yes, we're nothing to them. Mm-hmm.
Right. Go ahead, Jimmy. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, so about this video, I can't disagree with anything that young lady said. And if you want to look at it pure politically, we all know that the biggest goal for the deep state globalists was depopulation.
Right. That was one avenue.
What's one thing that you can do to cut down the population? Get people to quit having babies. Where do we have that example? We see it in Watchtower, where they tell people to, hey, just pioneer, don't have a family. All right.
Yeah.
That's one way they're doing it there. The other way is promoting feminism, putting it into the heads, using propaganda to get these women to basically kill their kids.
Right.
And then if you go to the next level on the spiritual side, it is a form of child sacrifice.
Right.
And one question that I cannot get anybody that believes in it to answer is, when a pregnant woman is murdered, why do they call it a double homicide if you don't consider that baby, a human, whatever, until they come out of the world?
Which proves the point that the law does recognize it as a person. Go ahead, Juan.
Correct.
Oh no, I agree 100%. Great point.
So
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm done.
Okay. Well, to Joseph's point, I gave you a chance.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I agree with everybody's comments on that.
Right.
Yes.
I have no qualms what that woman was speaking on her soapbox. I totally agree with her.
But to your point, Joseph, about the 1% and how they're fine. They have children. They don't have this propaganda targeted to them. That's another issue that I have, is that they're targeting it to us, to average, as if, to average Americans, average people, as if we can't afford children. So don't even have them. Or if there's a disability, get rid of it because you don't want it to be miserable. Or if you get raped, get rid of it again, because you will never be happy raising a baby that was conceived under rape or whatever. As if they're telling you how to feel. They're telling you how to live. They are, and I would consider that propaganda as well, because nobody should be telling you any of that. You should live up to either the consequences of your actions by getting pregnant, or if you were unfortunately violated, there are avenues for adoption and other avenues and organizations that will provide help if you need it. And that's where we should be putting our energies towards.
Hey,
Go ahead,
Ruby,
Juan.
there is this lower form of life, human life form right now. And we saw it during the Joe Biden administration, during the invasion of the illegal aliens on the southern border of the United States. I saw some beautiful children on the news that were 4 years old, 3 years old, 2 years old, unaccompanied minors. And I'm glad my mom and dad weren't alive. I'm glad my mom and dad weren't alive to see that. But that was almost a crime against humanity.
It is.
What kind of a human being would, you see these little, like Mexican or Venezuela, whatever they were, children coming across the border without their mom and dad. If I got a gun to my head, I couldn't see my mom and dad doing that. They would take a bullet before they let their children come across. What kind of human beings let their children come across unaccompanied?
And I think they're being trafficked, though. You see, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't even think that the parents either know about it or that they were either kidnapped or something. Like, I don't.
Or they
believe
got
that
paid off.
Exactly, or they sold their children. So this is a worldwide problem of trafficking. That's human trafficking.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a separate issue that I think when Jimmy speaks about that kind of stuff, that's where I agree 100%. That's exactly what's going on, and America is just allowing it to cross into our borders.
Because I don't see a human being allowing their children to do that. I can't believe a human would allow their children to come across that border. I've worked on that border. I've seen people almost die on that border. I've helped people with water and food and money and dying almost next to me. And so I go, what kind of lower life form would allow a child to come through there?
But there are evil people out there. I mean, I wouldn't put it past that.
This goes back centuries, guys, because what normal human being is going to give up their child as a sacrifice to Moloch?
Right.
You know, you don't think they'll let them cross the way. I don't think they really would want them to be burnt. So they've been indoctrinated. This has been going on for a long time,
millennia.
Right. Exactly.
And it needs to be stopped. And yeah.
So last point about this subject. Teddy asks me if I think all abortion should be banned. Yes, 100%. I'm an abolitionist, and I believe that nobody should have the right to murder, whether it is outside the womb or inside the womb. We already have laws, so I'm not even trying to change laws. I just want to enforce those laws and to make abortion illegal.
Hey, Ruby.
Ahead. Yep.
Can I tell you this story that happened one time? I got a call from a family friend. I was a Jehovah's Witness elder here in Yuma at that time. And I got a call to go to the hospital because a family friend was there. And she was hysterical. So I packed up my stuff, just got in my car, went to the hospital. And she was there. And I didn't know. I was an elder. The most ignorant medically of all the people, Jehovah's Witness elders. I don't know nothing about medicine. I wasn't in the hospital liaison committee. I had a wife and 3 children. So anyway, she was having what is called a fallopian tube pregnancy.
Yeah. Ectopic, something like that.
Yeah. And the doctor, the husband called me, goes, Jesse, you got to help me out. And my wife is hysterical. The doctor was telling her to abort and she didn't want to. She was kind of being, they were going to have to clip.
Yeah.
They had 5 babies and they could still have another baby on the other fallopian tube. And I held her hand and I didn't call Watchtower. I didn't call the other elders. I didn't do nothing. I held her hand and I prayed and I begged her to listen to the doctor. And I told her, look at your other babies. They need you. We have to listen to the doctors. We have to listen to the doctors. So I think some abortions, I don't know about. I don't have the answer to all of the abortions.
Well, you're
because
talking
there's some
about
weird quirks.
ablation pregnancy where it's not in the right place, and it's going to be aborted anyway. And
and the mom could die.
If the mother's health or life is in danger, then getting rid of that ablation pregnancy, I think, is permitted. Yeah.
And they wouldn't call that an abortion. They call it something else.
But she was still messed up, head in the head.
Right.
So, yeah.
What are the comments? Yeah, what are the comments saying?
Well, Teddy had a couple of questions. I answered that one. Cat B says, if you break up the family, you break up society. Men against women, children against parent, abortion, women's right, etc., all by design.
100%.
Let's see. Steen says, is sperm alive? We kill millions of the poor things. And you see, it's not. We're talking about a fertilized egg. JG says, Ruby, not all women want to have children. So should she abstain? Wear a chastity belt? And by the way, most abortions are chemical morning after pills. And yeah, I would agree with you. I would get rid of the morning after pills. And yes, you should abstain. You should have enough self-control so that you don't end up in that type of situation. And like I said, even if it does happen out of wedlock or by mistake or whatever, live up to the consequences. That's your responsibility if
Yeah,
you
that,
decide to do that.
I agree with that. It's all about the responsibility. I mean, women know how to keep from getting pregnant.
And
right.
I mean, does it slip up from time to time? Yeah, it happens. But like I said, my wife worked at the health department, and she's got a new job now at the Toyota plant now. She's a nurse at a plant now. She got to change in job. Anyway, but she's going there, and are these people going in, and they try to give them advice on how to keep from getting pregnant, but they keep doing the same thing over and over again, and they keep coming back, and they keep getting assistance and more money because they're not taking responsibility for their actions. You got women going to the health department, got 4 baby daddies and 6 kids.
Yeah, society's broken, the culture's broken,
Hey,
everything. Yep.
it's like
Go
a
ahead.
working class guy goes to the supermarket.
Yeah,
and he
well,
looks
see,
for the
before
sales on the
civil
meat.
rights, I remember the black community had fathers. They had families.
Yes.
Values,
But
morals.
today, it's not that way. It's very rare today if you have a parent, both parents. That
But what I
share the
did see,
responsibility.
what I did see from that video though, that girl looked young.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was kind of good to be a young person saying that. So that was cool.
Go
I
ahead,
agree,
Jesse.
Jimmy.
What were we gonna say?
I was just going to say the phenomenon, going to a little bit what Jimmy was saying about personal responsibility. You see that in the working class people who work, and you go to the supermarket and you look for all the sales, or 2 for 1, or you buy meat for the family grocery. You come out with the small what you need. And a person who has free food, free program, everything, they load up the basket.
Oh yeah.
Yup.
That's what life is like.
Yup. So, okay. So last 2 points. Teddy says, unplanned parenthood is ruining people's futures, and that, if they can't afford the kid, they'll have a horrible life. Well, that doesn't justify murder. So that's why we have to start viewing that as what it is. You're ending somebody's life because you can't afford it, because you don't have enough money. How has our civilization survived even without money? You know what I'm saying? So that's like, it doesn't justify it for me. If women can do it 100 years ago, 200 years ago, we can do it now. And that's another point of how the church is supposed to be helping communities. Whatever happened to that? The churches being involved in the communities and helping mothers and doing all of that.
Great
or
point.
pregnancy
They don't
centers.
have to because they're being supported by the federal government. That
Yeah, so that's the issue.
501c3 isn't out for them because they don't have to pay any taxes, and plus they receive so much money per year for the size of their congregation.
And that should be helping the people in your community. Like, that's what I'm saying. The community has lost that because
If you read in Acts, the early church, the people supported their own selves. They collected the money and they gave it to the apostles, and the apostles distribute the money. Federal government, the Roman Empire, had nothing to do.
And who did that, Joseph?
The
Who
early
did it?
church. the early church.
Who did it? What president did it? The same time the Civil Rights, 1964, Lyndon Johnson. That's when they got the 501c3 under Lyndon Johnson.
Everything went downhill with that president.
Oh, he was evil.
I'm sorry. It's like everything dates back to 1964.
Yeah, he was evil.
When they shot Kennedy.
All right.
Right, exactly.
Guys, it's 12:24 now. So, did we have another subject you want to bring up, Ruby?
Many more, but I am going to end it here since I know Jimmy can only stay for this long, and we've been going on for 3+ hours.
Well, we can go one more subject if you'd like to end the show for tonight.
What is
it? It wouldn't take long.
What is it?
Okay, so sorry, go ahead, Jesse. What?
What is it?
So, hold on. I'm gonna see what Ruby says.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say it goes hand in hand with women and in politics. As you guys know, I don't agree with women in politics or having any government positions or any positions of leadership when it comes to the political world, right?
Oh, that's where you wanted to go.
Yeah, because, for example, this congresswoman has a baby, right?
Right.
And she has a position in the government, right? And now she's here in Congress talking about how we should, I'll play the clip, but basically how we should modernize Congress because she had a baby and couldn't go for the vote or whatever. Right? So let's watch this.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this rule, which restricts moms and dads from doing their jobs after welcoming a new child. Like so many of our colleagues, it's one of my greatest honors to be a mom. I have 2 little boys, a son named Davis, who's 5, and my little guy here, Sam, who's now 9 weeks old. It's also one of my greatest honors to have been elected by my constituents to represent them in Congress. And I can tell you, after being a mom here and being only the 13th member to have ever given birth while serving in Congress, voting member, I can tell you we have a long ways to go to make this place accessible for young families like mine. When I was pregnant, I couldn't fly towards the end of my due date because it was unsafe for Sam and you're unable to board a plane. And I was unable to actually have my vote represented here and my constituents represented. After giving birth, I was faced with an impossible decision. Sam was 4 weeks old. And for all of the parents here, we know that when we have newborns, it's when they're the most vulnerable in their life. It's when they need 24/7 care, when taking them even to a grocery store is scary.
Yeah, I can't take it anymore either.
I can't say
It is infuriating.
So hold on a second. So she said she had a 5-year-old, right?
Uh-huh.
How long has she been in Congress?
She
I don't even know.
She just got there, right?
Yeah.
So she knows what it takes to raise a kid and the time it takes to raise a kid.
Yes.
But she still chose to run for Congress, and she probably used, I have a little 5-year-old, probably used the whole mother thing in her campaign to get freaking elected. And now she has a baby. Now she's going to use it for another. Bullshit. You knew what the job entailed. You should have stayed home or resigned, whatever. Don't feel sorry for her one damn bit.
True, Jimmy. That means she has no modesty. That woman has no modesty.
Or the speaker or some committee of rules should notify her to step down.
Yes, Joseph. Also, she should be modest enough to know that the baby comes first.
Right. There you go. And
She's
this is what falls
She's
into
a stupid woman.
And I agree, which is why if you should not be in these types of jobs or positions if you A, can't do the job, B, you can get pregnant and have a baby and you will not be able to fulfill your job. So you should resign on your own free will and go take care of your baby. But you see, this is what, in my opinion, the whole feminism comes into play because they want to make women believe as if they can do both, as if you can have a career and raise your kid, and you cannot do both. You will end up neglecting one or the other, or even both, because you start losing your own mental health when
You
you're
know,
dealing with postpartum and etc. Go ahead.
Before my son was born, we lost a baby, and so we're gonna have my son, my middle son, and my wife's grandma died, and she was in Tijuana, and my wife wanted to go to the funeral. We're in Yuma, and she's like 6 months baby. We had already lost one baby, and I threw a fit, and I go, no, you're gonna sit. I pulled rank. We were real young, early 20s, and I told my wife, sit down, goddamn bitch, and I cussed. And I dropped my hammer on it. I dropped the hammer on it. And I said, no, there comes a time where I'm right, you're wrong, you woman. Because I was not going to lose a baby. I wasn't going to take no chance. I knew the sacredness. I love her grandma. I love her grandma eternally. But the baby came first.
Right. Yes.
So she wanted to go?
She wanted to go. She was going to go to Tijuana, Mexico, and make a trip while she was 6 months pregnant, when we had already lost our previous baby, a miscarriage. It was just too delicate a situation. We were real young, and we had already lost one. And she had to stay home and be, special care until the baby was born. And I exercised my right as a man, and I was ready to bump her in the head. Hell
now,
no.
now imagine if women like that had no husbands or real fathers in their lives, and the women went ahead and did it anyways. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem.
If that woman was my wife, we would have been divorced. I would have dropped the hammer. She never met a man like me. I mean, you just tell the woman, listen, no, goddammit.
That's a real man, in my opinion, though, because you actually care about your child and the health of the mother. And that's why mothers should be homemakers. You stay at home and you do your gender roles. I'm sorry if that sounds offensive, but in my opinion, that's what makes the home strong, the marriage strong, the mother and the father strong for the children.
Yep.
Amen, Ruby.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Do we have new people on the screen?
Yes, welcome to the stage, Fallen Ash.
Hi, I wish I knew this sooner. I was just about to go to bed, and I was on YouTube, and I looked on my home screen on YouTube, and I saw that Jimmy Bell was live, so I decided to come in. So this is my first time here, actually.
Oh,
welcome.
Yes, welcome, Ash. We actually stream simultaneously on both channels. So me and Jimmy go live every Tuesday, 9 p.m. And our show is called the Unrelenting Political Corner. We talk about all politics.
Well, her name is heavy.
I would love to start coming. So you said every Tuesday at 9?
Yes, every Tuesday at 9.
I was raised in a very political household. My grandfather, he is considered worldly. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness by my own father, which is my grandfather's son.
Correct.
But he's Republican and stuff like that. So, I trust my grandfather. I mean, I love him very much. We're born on the same day, so I don't know.
Wow, pretty cool.
Wow.
What day is it? What date?
January 7th.
Nice.
7/7.
Well, we normally go like 3.5 to 4 hours. It's usually a long show. So
yeah.
Well, she's on the Eastern Coast, so she's in our time zone.
Fallen, were we right? Were we right what we said about that Congresswoman? She's going to Washington with a baby. Were we right or were we wrong?
I just came in for that. So I didn't understand why was she having the baby up there in the first place?
She's trying to prove a point. Right. She's trying to prove the point that Congress should make accommodations, that we should modernize Congress so that Congresswomen can have a virtual vote if they can't come in person because of childcare or pregnancy, etc.
Which that goes against the Constitution anyway, so because they're supposed to vote there.
And which kind of proves my point that I say on my show that I don't think women should be in politics at all. Like, if you know that you cannot fulfill the job and you're gonna have children, or you are of childbearing age, why are you taking jobs that cannot make the accommodation for you? So you want to bend the Constitution to you just because you're a woman, just because you had a baby? No, it doesn't work like that.
Ruby,
That's just my opinion.
Can I disagree with you on one point? I believe women can. And I'm giving the counter woman, and you're the counterpoint. Let me just give my point. My wife, I would have nothing without my wife. I wouldn't have been a welder. I wouldn't have been a businessman. We've been in business 30 something years. I would have I have 7 grandchildren. I would have nothing if it wasn't for my wife. But my wife can take a punch, man. I mean, I hit it. I don't physically hit it, but we argue, and I treat her like an equal. So I think if a woman could take a punch like Margaret Thatcher or Sarah Palin, more power to them. But like this woman, she already wants a special concession. She should be in Congress, but you know what? She has to take a punch. Stay home with a baby.
Right. If you don't have to, don't force it. Just stay at home with your kids and take care of your baby. That's it.
I have a question, Ruby. So you said you don't think that like women should be in political power, like a president or like a vice president?
Right. Or
Really?
a congresswoman, or a mayor, or a sheriff, or a firefighter. And women should not be in any job or profession that takes them away from the home and their children and their husbands. I'm very
Not every woman
traditional.
wants a child. I don't want a child.
Then don't have one.
So maybe politically a woman shouldn't have like a child if they're going to be in political power. I don't know.
But I wouldn't encourage it. You see what I'm saying? I would not
So
encourage it.
that's Ruby's stance on it. Which is a little more extreme than others. And she always says in the beginning before we do this that she's going to offend somebody because they're not going to really understand what she's coming from.
Yes.
But I get that. I get where Ruby stands. So like with me, I don't have a problem with women serving in politics. Now, especially if you're past motherhood, or if you chose not to be a mother, hey, run for Congress. You do you, boo. But if you've had kids and you've raised your kids, and an opportunity comes up for you to do that, by all means. So I don't have a problem. Me personally, I don't have a problem with women in power. I just don't like to see somebody like this lady that we saw the video on use that as an excuse to bend the Constitution.
Bingo. That's what I said. Exactly.
Well, she wants to, I think she wants concessions so that she could stay home and she could vote on her.
Yes.
And that's the part that's unconstitutional because members have to be
and
there.
There's the problem.
Yeah,
She doesn't
like that. She doesn't like that.
Yeah.
She wants concession because she has a young child and a baby.
Right. So I was kind of using that to further my personal point of how I always talk about that I'm against women to be in those positions, because I believe more in traditional values, nuclear family, that the gender roles exist and that we should perform accordingly. The man should be the protector and the provider and a good father and a good husband, right? The women should bear children, take care of the home, be a stay-at-home mother, homeschool your children if you can, and do that role as a woman.
Hey Ruby, today my sister-in-law is 50 years old. I'm 56, and we grew up as babies together in the congregation and everything. And I married her big sister, and I would be nothing without her sister. But she was in Congress today in Arizona, and she's sending us all these pictures. She's with Arpaio. She's with Tom Homan. She's with RFK, my sister-in-law in Arizona, the state capital. She's an ex-Jehovah's Witness. She's already raised her children.
Wow.
And now she's an Arizona state representative. And now she's expanded the Republican elite in Arizona. They're trying to quash voter cheating and everything. And so I believe her to be a strong woman.
Yeah.
And she could take a punch. So I do believe that women can do better roles sometimes than men. But they have to be willing to take a punch in the political arena. And maybe I shouldn't say punch because that sounds kind of bad. Maybe I should say an argument, a debate.
Right.
They can stand. They can stand their ground.
Yes, that's better.
Right,
Okay,
right.
you.
And there
Sorry.
are exceptional women that can do that. I mean,
punch is
look
a bad word.
look at monarchies. You had a king and you had a queen, and the queen, in her own right, she was a queen. So I'm not like against it in that sense. I think that
I have a question too, Ruby.
Oh, go
You're
ahead. Go
done.
ahead. No, that
But,
was just the point. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask, like, okay, so you believe in general, like, what about homosexuality? Because I'm gay. So, like, gender role being gay, like, that doesn't really involve
Apply.
gender role, or it doesn't
Right.
apply in my situation, because if my partner and I, like, if she held the door for me, because that's supposed to be what a man does. A man holds the door for you, or a man, I mean, in that sense, it's kind of like gender roles don't exist because we're both women and he's my partner. So what do you think about that?
Politically or personally?
Great.
Both. We could do both.
Both?
We could
Okay.
like start with political or personal. It doesn't matter.
So politically, I don't think the government should be involved in making laws for it or against it. That
Correct.
is a civil issue. It's between people, societies, culture, etc. The government should not be involved in any of that, legalizing it or making it illegal. Personally, I would say that I am Christian. I converted to Christianity. So I would be against that. Like fundamentally, I would be against it. But I am not going to impose my beliefs and my preferences on other people. So there does have to be a certain line where people just respect other people's lifestyles. But personally speaking, I would not advocate, I wouldn't encourage it, and I wouldn't promote it, and I would not be an ally towards any of their movements or any of their stances when it comes to culture and society or politically, because we see a lot of those movements, they carried over to politics, and they try to make laws or like trans rights or LGBTQ rights, or they start grouping themselves into different movements, and they want to change laws or do like these rights movements. Like we talked about the civil rights, we talked about all that kind of stuff. I would be against that as well.
So like you're saying that like not legalizing or illegalizing
right
somebody's
government
sexuality
should not be
involved. Like
Nope.
at the end of the day, you don't give a shit about what another person does in their house when it comes down to somebody that they love, as long as it's
Right.
consensual and they're an adult.
Yeah, and you know what?
Exactly.
You personally, you're a straight woman and you believe that that's what you basically are. You're a straight woman.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And since the beginning of time, there's been gay people. Since the beginning of time. And the apostle says, work with your hands and mind your own business. And as Christians, that's what we do. But when you get involved in politics and you want to have the government pick the winners and losers, that's a slippery slope. Against it or for it. Against it or for it. And there is a gay mafia in the United States, a powerful gay mafia. We know that gays have been around forever. They're our friends, they're our family, they're our brothers and sisters. Yes, but remember, like a lot of times in the abortion, they go, keep your politics out of our uterus. Or keep your gayness out of our politics. Freedom is a two-way street.
Yeah, see, I was raised in a religion that strictly, I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't accept homosexuals. It's a Christian religion too.
That's an abomination.
They're gay. Have you seen how they dress? The whole religion is gay.
I really want to talk about the calendar before we go.
Oh, yes. Okay, so yes, let's move on to the next theory that Jimmy says.
Let's give everybody a chance to make a final comment about that first, though.
Okay, fine.
I was
Final comment.
I was going to make a comment that there are unwritten boundaries that surround this issue that we should, regardless if we're straight or gay or whatever, there are unwritten boundaries in society that we need to stay in our lane and not interfere with somebody else's boundary. So, as a person, if you are gay or whatever, I have no problem with that. I respect your boundary, and you should respect my boundary, even though it's not regulated by the laws of man. It's just an unwritten set of boundaries that we set amongst ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
I believe that you are a sovereign person.
Beautifully
and
said.
I'm a sovereign person, and I'm not going to interfere with your sovereignty as a person.
Beautifully said.
Right.
Thank you.
Jesse,
I appreciate
Jesse,
hearing that.
No, beautifully said. I agree with him.
you didn't have any last thoughts on that?
No. I've had gay friends. I've in the
See, you
ministry
had
when I
last
was a Jehovah's
thoughts.
Witness. Beautiful. But
It's
and
not
some of
story
the, you
time.
know what? When I was an elder and I was out in
Uh-oh.
field service,
Yeah.
the best memories I have with me and my wife out there, because I used to get all the gay people in our territory because the other brothers were homophobe. And so since I was a secretary, I would get the card and I would get the nod at homes and I'd have to go.
Right.
And those were the greatest return visits I ever had. The greatest questions, the
Right.
greatest time, because they made my mind open up to questions I was sheltered as a Jehovah's Witness. And so when I went to drug addicts or homosexuals, they opened my mind to a lot of things that I didn't know. And I would beg them, hey, let's just study the Bible. And then we'll answer these questions because I don't have answers. I don't have it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Can I go?
Fallen is last.
Oh,
Any final thoughts, Fallen?
I was going to get mine too.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess my thoughts is that I also agree. I really liked how Joseph said too that at the end of the day, they're just not hurting anybody else. I mean, being straight isn't wrong. Being straight or gay isn't wrong or right. It's just not. It just is. It just exists. It's just love in the air.
Yes,
And it's just a
I think
preference.
that
It's just a
just like
preference. And
Jesse, is experiencing that in his life.
I
I have
appreciate what
the
Juan said too. I just not just Joseph either, but also
Right.
Juan. I also like what Juan said as well.
well, good.
But yeah, those are my words. Those are what I gotta say.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Jimmy.
I have no problem with what people do behind closed doors, how they want to live their life. That's on them. How I live my life, that's on me. I don't give a rat's ass, you're gay, lesbian, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
I have
Even if it wasn't closed doors, right? Like if you saw them like holding hands in public.
I've got customers that actually watch this show
cool.
that are gay, and I love having conversations with them. I just love them. Okay. So it doesn't bother me. I don't treat them any different. I treat them as a human being. And when it comes to the political side of things, when stuff starts getting pushed down our throat that would violate my constitutional rights, whether it be LGBT movement, any other movement, whatever, if it goes against my constitutional rights politically, I have an issue with it.
Right.
But personally, I don't care.
Right. I would slightly disagree right there because I do believe in like those decency laws and stuff like that. I in my worldview, I would not want the rest of society to see something like that when it is not like generally accepted in terms of like, for example, I don't want my kids seeing something like that. So I wouldn't want that in the public. I don't care if you're doing it at home because that's people's personal business. But in the public square, where you take your children to parks or supermarkets or whatever, that's the only slight disagreement that I would have. But that's just personal. Like that's personally, I would be like, no, I don't want that to be seen in front of children in society. Go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry, I
So
didn't mean to
like what,
interrupt you.
kissing or like holding hands?
any of it. Like it should not be identifiable, because children in society are not going to know what that is unless it's taught, right? Which I'm also in disagreement with. I don't want schools teaching that. I don't want society teaching that.
That's when it goes into the political side of things.
Right.
Well, okay, that's a whole nother level. I'm not talking about teaching it. I'm talking about, because when I was a kid, I remembered seeing a few girls hold hands, and they weren't even gay. They were straight, but it looked like it was gay.
Right. So
Yeah.
I would be against the
When I
explicitness
was
of
a
it.
kid coming home from Catholic school, some of us guys, you know, we weren't gay, but we would hold hands as we were walking down the street.
Now, I did see a few girls kiss when I was a kid, and my parents were like, look away, look away. But I kept on looking because I was like, I like this. I was like,
Right.
I was like,
And
I was like
that's
13.
that's exactly what I would be against. It's like
Even before I saw that, even before I saw that, I was already thinking about those things when I was 7.
But you're very young, Fallen. Are you very young?
Right now?
Yeah, I'm 56. I'm from a different era.
Right.
You're probably 36, 34?
I'm 29.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 29.
You're
So,
like
and you're very young. You're very young.
Right.
In our generation, it was not tolerated at all.
I also used to live in the Philippines, so I also saw a lot of gay stuff there. It's
Oh,
more
yeah.
it's more acceptable there than it is here in America.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, when I would go to Mexico, when I was a kid, to my grandma's house, the girls would all hold hands. None of them were gay, but it was an innocent friendship. And like when we were kids here in Yuma, all us boys, we used to hug like this and go to school. You know, we would hug and walk to school. I remember.
Yeah,
that's what kids
different.
do. Yeah.
Back in the congregation I grew up in, there was a guy who was about 5 years younger than the rest of us, and that boy, his name was Matt. He hung around all the girls, and even back then, he was gay. He was gay. All right, we all said it. All right, he always hung out with all the sisters and everything, and then I left. Time went by. I'm on Facebook one day. I see his name. He's gay. I was like, I knew it when he was like 6 years old.
Correct.
Right.
Because of nature.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my final thoughts.
Nature. It's natural, you know. It is a natural thing. Like, you know, I knew I was gay ever since. I just was born in a religion that forced me to not look at those things or do those things, and it suppressed my feelings, which hurt me at the long run. I wish that my family listened to me so that I could express myself more. I felt like I had to hide my friendships in school, and because I would live a double life, and maybe if they had been more accepting, I would express things that maybe would have saved me from other things that, you know, as a parent, they could have helped me out with. But
Fallen, I lived a double life, and I use the gays as an example when I talk to people. I tell them I was raised a Jehovah's Witness all my life, and but I lived a double life, and I, like a gay lives in the closet. I understand, because I always believed Jesus was my God. I always believed it, and since a baby, and I've always was a Republican, so I had to live a double life, because those two things you cannot be a Jehovah's Witness. You know, those two things you could not be. And so I understand what you're saying about the double. I understand that it's nature. I understand that point, because I saw it through a different prism. And we were always fighting the religion, because they're over here beating you. You have to think like this. You have to think like this. And you go, no, it just doesn't fit in my brain. I understand.
Yeah, or heart, you know, my brain or my heart, you know, talking about every desire is going to be fulfilled. Well, this is my desire. I thought that I was going to live in paradise with my wife, you know.
I just want to say, for the record, you have awesome hair.
Yes, I told her that before too. I said I'm gonna get a wig just like that.
I love her hair. She's got awesome hair.
Yep, I love
it. It's so pretty. I thought you were Mexican.
I know, right? I'm Filipino, but they're close to Mexicans.
Well, we can all be good. Hey, but let me tell you something about. There was a scientific study, Jimmy, and Gilbert used to cite this all the time. that I think, according to the U.S. Census or a scientific study, I can't remember right now. I wish I had ChatGPT with me, but some scientists believe that about 3% of humans, have always been homosexual. That means, like, if you get 100 people, or roughly about 3 people of there are gay. Since the beginning of time, that's just the way human genome is. And so, if you go to the Kingdom Hall,
well, Jesse, who painted the Sistine Chapel?
I don't know. Leonardo da Vinci?
No.
Michelangelo? Who?
Yes, Michelangelo.
Michelangelo.
And not only him, but also the other one that you just mentioned. They were gay. They were homosexual.
Yes. So my point is this: if you get 100 men at the Kingdom Hall, 3 are gay. No matter how much the Jehovah's Witnesses want to disavow and say they're not there, or the Muslims say that there's no, it's human nature. It's human. We can't deny it. And the science says that about 3% of the general population live in denial. Yeah.
Sorry, I hate when that happens because I wanted to change the background, but it kicks people off.
Some
Sorry.
people are in denial and they say, no, that's not true.
Right,
it is true. The numbers
right.
don't lie.
Can we talk about something fun before it gets too late? I'm not saying this was fun.
We have 10 minutes, man. 10 minutes, and I have to hop off because it's almost 1 a.m.
Can we do it in 10 minutes? I guess we can.
Or maybe you can pique the interest, and then we'll dive in.
Yeah, then we can dive into it. Yeah, we can talk a little bit about it and then dive into it. Okay, so that was fun. Tonight's been a great show. So really enjoyed it. Again, another 4-hour show. Daggone, how do we do this? But there's another theory out there about April Fools and the new year and all this stuff. So, Ruby, if you will go to our Facebook messages and play that last video, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay,
and I got something I want to share with everybody too.
You sent it to my DM, right?
I send it to your Facebook DM, Facebook Messenger.
Okay, everybody, let's go to Facebook.
Happy New Year. Sounds strange, right? What if I told you April 1st was once the first day of the new year? It was, until someone decided to change the rules. Back in 1564, King Charles IX of France issued the Edict of Roussillon, moving New Year's Day from April 1st to January 1st. Before that, many people celebrated the new year in the spring with festivals, feasts, and gift exchanges. But not everyone got the memo right away. News traveled slowly, especially in rural areas, so some people kept celebrating in April, unaware or simply unwilling to change. The ones who did follow the new calendar mocked them, calling them April Fools. And how did they celebrate this newfound superiority? By playing pranks, fake party invitations, silly gifts, even pinning paper fish called poissons de bril on people's backs. And just like that, what started as calendar confusion turned into a tradition of deception and laughter. Now, is this the definitive origin of April Fool's Day? Not exactly. Some records suggest the tradition existed even before the calendar change, but it's one of the strongest and most intriguing theories. So the next time someone plays a prank on you, remember, you might just be the last one celebrating the real New Year.
Okay, so in connection with that, it says on this thing right here, currently we live based on the Gregorian calendar designed by Jesuit Christopher Clavius and officially introduced by Pope Gregory XIII in 1582. It is a solar calendar that is not aligned with the natural cycles of nature and the moon because we are supposed to live based on a lunar calendar. The moon has 28-day cycles. 365 times 28 equals 13. There are 13 lunar cycles every year. Therefore, we should have 13 months, each consisting of 28 days. All months would have one full moon cycle, starting on a Sunday and ending on a Saturday. This equals 364 days with 1 day of rest. You can find this numerology in nature. Turtle shells all have 13 large plates surrounded by 28 smaller ones. And go.
Beautiful.
Well,
What do y'all think?
the Jewish tradition was always a lunar calendar.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. So what
about the Aztecs and the Native Americans, the Mesoamericans? Didn't they also follow
13 month moon? They followed the moon cycles.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened was we're supposed to have 13, but when they wanted to change the calendar, they went down to 10. But then Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar, they wanted their own months. Therefore, July and August were added to make it 12. And it threw it off because if you look at the prefixes of September, sept, S-E-P-T, means 7.
Siete, séptimo.
But yet it's our 9th month.
Huh, that's interesting.
Octubre,
I like that.
Okay. So hold on. So how many legs does an octopus have?
8.
What does octo mean?
Octubre, ocho. 8.
October.
Why is October the 10th month?
Exactly.
Off 2 months.
Yeah, November is and December, yes. Okay.
Yep. November means 9, or Nov means 9, and Deca, December, means 10.
10.
So why are those months not corresponding with what their names actually mean? Because our calendar has been manipulated, and we should have 13 months.
By the Catholic Church.
Wait, you said September 7?
Sept means 7. S-E-P-T.
It's the 9th month, though.
Yes, but it should be the 7th.
Correct.
It should be
Yeah. So if you look at it, so April, okay, where's my hand? April, May, June, July, August. So there's supposed to be one. There's supposed to be soul. So it's supposed to go April, May, soul, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. They would fall in line with each other.
That's why
Well,
that's why it was so beautiful to learn Spanish when you're a kid, because it's so close to Latin.
Yes,
Right.
yes, it is.
Yeah. So we are supposed to be on a 13-month calendar, and every day, every first day of the month would be a Sunday, and every last day of the month, or either Monday and Sunday, or Sunday and Saturday. But either way,
That is interesting because like September was literally, I just posted a reel today, celebrating 7 months. It's been 7 months since I released my song, my first single, Undo. And I released it on September because September is Suicide Prevention Month.
Okay.
And that's interesting that it's a 7 because I like that number because it's supposed to be meaning luck, like lucky, you know, superstitious, right? So I just wanted to put that out there because I'm like, wow, you know, that's like just these numbers are just kind of like hitting my superstitious
Are you a singer?
heart.
Colin, are you a singer?
No, I like to rap.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm it's okay. I'm making an album based off of the cult life that I was in and like rising from it, you know, and like just
Wow, share it. We want to know.
sharing
Oh
story.
yeah. Let me share her page right now on YouTube, right?
Well, who's that XJW?
Yes.
Also raps too. In California.
Name is Fifth, right?
XJW Fifth. Yeah.
Fifth.
Yeah.
Great rapper.
The rapper.
But yeah, this whole calendar thing is very interesting.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
It's
and
very
you're
interesting.
right, about that.
And basically,
we're all
basically, okay. There's her.
Oh,
There's her page.
that is nice.
So this is her YouTube channel. She has some. I could play this short, right, Fallen? It's your song.
Yes, you could play the short, but
Okay,
just
this is
the
a
rest. The rest
preview.
you can just look at himself.
Okay, so we're gonna preview Fallen.
It's a treason for your reasons, what was sin and beyond forgiveness and redemption. Cause I question what the lesson in life, the meaning of life, and purpose in life. Faith crisis from life, focus brainwash on mine. Mental health will decline, full spin on my dimes. CSA on the crimes, love is a blind. It's a treason for your reasons, what was sin and beyond.
There you go. That's
Pretty
Fallen.
good. Pretty good.
Yes. When she says, thank you. When she says, it's a treason for your reasons when we're sinning. Like, we're all sinners.
Mm-hmm.
We're all sinners.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of you, myself, we're all bad people, right? We're all
Yeah,
sinners.
you're right. You're
We're all the
right.
same. What's the meaning of life? What's the meaning of all this? Why are we fighting so much? Can we just mind our business and just live and let live? Like, what's the meaning of all this?
Not the
that's
governing body. Not the governing body. They're perfect.
Yes, Fallen.
It's deep. It's
Thank
deep
you.
shit. This deep shit.
Would you write a Jehovah rap?
Like, I mean, what do you mean a Jehovah rap?
Making fun of the witnesses, the J-dubs.
What do you mean? Because I thought I already did that. Like, I put it up in the public.
He's being
one
silly.
time there was a song by Selena. Have you heard of Selena? And
Selena Gomez?
No, Selena. No. See, I'm old.
Selena
Quintanilla.
The
Remember
singer.
Selena that died? That J-Lo
He
played?
sounds familiar.
Wow, you're very young. She was an old Tex-Mex. Jennifer Lopez did her movie about her life.
Yeah. Selena Quintanilla. Quintanilla. Yep.
Yeah, Selena.
But
I'm
in
gonna
there,
have to check her out.
she does a
Yep.
song called Amor Prohibido, means forbidden love. But if you listen to the lyrics, she's complaining. She's talking about forbidden love, but she's talking about a Jehovah's Witness doctrine. How you can't look at worldly people.
Yeah, because she grew up as a witness.
She grew up
I
as
think
a
her mom
witness.
was. Yeah.
Can you
yeah.
send me that? Someone?
Yeah, look at her. Jennifer Lopez did her movie.
Oh,
It's a beautiful
just put
movie.
Google Selena and it'll pop right up.
Mhm.
Obviously
Oh,
not Gomez.
Selena.
Yes.
Yes, Selena. The J-Lo did a movie or a
Jennifer
movie
Lopez
about
did
her.
that beautiful movie, Selena.
Yeah.
So is she an ex-Jehovah's Witness or is she a Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah, no, she was raised a witness. Like
I
Michael
think
Jackson.
Selena was the singer. They were raised, but they became famous. And I don't know if she was baptized or not, but she did die with those values, I guess you could say.
Just like you. She
Wow.
was raised you and I, just like you and I.
Right. But the
That's
father
why we're
wasn't.
crazy in the head, Fallen. Because we were raised witnesses.
Yeah, she was
They
a
messed us
huge
up at an
Spanish
early
singer.
age.
Wow. I'm gonna have to do some research on that.
Yeah, my mom was obsessed with her. That's how I know. And my mom was gonna name me that, and my father said hell no. So that's that because my mom was such a fan of Selena that she was gonna name me that, and my dad was like hell no. So they came up with Ruby. So that's how I was named.
Don't ever go to a Mexican wedding. You're Selena songs all day long,
Yeah, I love her though. She was amazing.
So
Okay.
Fallen, you have a lot of competition, Fallen. You have a lot of competition.
Oh, well, I'm just doing me, and I'm not here for the competition. I'm here for the truth.
Yeah.
I'm here for the truth. The truth is, I was never straight this whole time, and I was faking it for Armageddon because I feared that I was going to die. That's the truth. You want to know what the truth is? That's the truth. I thought I was gonna die. I thought Jehovah's government, right? We're gonna talk political shit. I thought Jehovah's government was gonna kill my gay ass.
Right. But you see, I started this
Yes.
show, Fallen, to explore my politics, and it's ever changing, ever evolving. I used to be very liberal, left wing. Now I'm right wing, far right. Some may consider me. But I explore these controversial topics and ideas without offense. And it's not my intention to offend, but I'm saying I explore these ideas that put us outside of that box because I have some conundrums. I have some things that might sound like I'm contradictive or whatever, but I'm still exploring myself politically. So I could say one thing as I agree, like we should not have identity politics, like politics that revolve around our identities. But on the other hand, I call myself a Christian nationalist because I believe that within society, not government, but within society, I would want my worldview to be a Christian society. So there are some things that I would disagree based on my faith or based on my belief system. So you see, that's a great example of how two things can conflict with one another. But I'm open and I'm honest about those things. You see what I'm saying? So I try to encourage other people to kind of bring those controversial ideas here so we can discuss it and look at the
I
pros
see, right.
and stuff
Can
like
because I agree like with the Christian views. I really do. I mean, being raised as Christian, like I have always believed in Jesus and like and all that. I guess my thing is like I think I mean, here's my view is like I think that you can be gay and Christian.
And a lot of people feel I've heard that 1,000 times over. But
Well,
I
I
would
feel like
also
what the
disagree with
problem
that.
is you don't disagree.
What what I
I
tell
do.
you is you bring
You
that up with
disagree.
Jesus.
Oh wait, you disagree with it.
Yes, one of those statements I would disagree with that. Yeah.
I'm different. I would say you bring that up with Jesus, and let's move on to the next. That's
Exactly.
between you and Jesus.
At
But
the
let me
end
tell
of
you
the
this.
day, I would say that as I agree with Jesse.
But following, guess what? In 1975, I remember 1975 like it was yesterday. To me, they were the golden years. But I remember my mom telling me that the world was going to end and all that shit, and about Armageddon. What you were saying about Armageddon, and the nightmares. I'm not kidding you, Fallen. When I was 50 years old, I would still have occasional nightmares about Armageddon, about Mount Rushmore opening and the hurricanes and the streets splitting up like the Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained. And 50 years later, I was still having cold night sweats about Armageddon. So they ruin us. They do a number on our heads, all of us. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have to make peace with Jesus. You don't have to, we don't have to explain yourself to us. I don't have to explain myself to you. That's something between us, ourselves and our maker. And I would never want to get involved in your personal, but I would say as a Christian, I would disagree, but it's none of my business. It's not my,
right.
It's not my life.
I disagree with Ruby for disagreeing with me, but
Yes.
we can agree to disagree, right?
And it's none of our business because it's your
The
life.
reason why I say that is because I don't believe that I was just created to have a child. I don't believe that I was just created to marry a man. Like that's my personal belief as a Christian woman, and being gay. Like I believe that the Bible was twisted to put that there for straight men so that they can have all the women in the world, right? But like that's my opinion, right? And I didn't create this system. I didn't create myself to feel this way. But I also know that I think pedophilia, you can't be a Christian and a pedophile. That for sure is a fact. That's a fact, right?
Yeah.
That's a fact. We can't disagree with that. Like we can't, you know what I mean? Like we have to agree on that. That's for sure 100%.
Right.
100%. Out of all the sexualities in the world, let me just be honest. If we're gonna have a sexual orientation, pedophiles is a no.
Yeah.
And some people.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
100%.
It's
But
like
but the
racism.
crazy
All the
oh,
races
sorry.
are the same, except the Jews.
Right.
You got to draw a line.
No, Jesse.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong show.
No,
it's the right show, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're not going down that road.
Tuesday. Yeah, you know what? I love Fallen. Thank you for joining. I want you to come back, Fallen, next Tuesday, 9 p.m. We could do like a Q&A session so that we can gauge each other's politics. And that would be great for everyone to see how two people can agree to disagree, but move forward and see what we can agree on. That's the whole purpose of this show. So thank you for joining.
You were a hit, Fallen, even if you're wrong. No, just kidding.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh. I love it, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you to Joseph, Gigi, Gail, Stephanie, Jesse, Fallen, Jimmy. A bunch of people joined tonight. Wow, that was crazy. Who else? Am I missing anybody? I hope I'm not missing anybody.
I think we got it all.
Yeah, I
I
think we
think we
got it
did.
all, and I think we covered just about everything that we could in 4.5 hours, just about.
It's crazy.
And it's not the end of it because I'm very sure these topics will come up, but I'm bringing them up little by little now so that you can start seeing where I'm at and you can start coming out of maybe your box or maybe I could come out of my box. You see what I'm saying? Like, I want to do like a change my mind session. Let's see if we can change each other's minds by bringing up a subject like that. And this is fun to me, honestly. Like, this is a passion
Yeah.
of mine. It's so much fun to do
Maybe
this.
not, maybe not so much change our minds because we really shouldn't be worried about changing people's minds, but showing folks a different perspective.
Yes, but
and
I,
each
I
stay in our lane and our within our boundaries, and don't invade somebody else's boundaries.
But I know where Ruby's coming from. If I say something and I'm, and you come at me and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know that. I changed my mind on that. I get that.
yeah, but I only say change my mind because you know how they used to have those tables on the streets to talk to people like Charlie Kirk.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
they would
yeah.
have like change my mind
Yeah.
tables. That's what
Gotcha.
I mean by that. Like not literally change my mind, but it's just a conversation starter. Like how I brought up abortion, I brought up the women's rights, civil rights. We talked about segregation. We talked about a lot of hot stuff.
These
I
were
look forward to
some-
talking about abortion next time.
Ruby,
Yes.
Let me give you a quick.
Ruby, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
It better not be about abortion right now.
Do you wear several different kind of wigs for different shows?
Yes, I do. That's kind of like my thing. This is my political
okay.
wig. Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Colin, you missed the abortion conversation this evening.
Okay, good, because I don't want to talk about it right now. I have my opinion on that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
For next time.
Next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Hop on early. And when we do the hot topics, because we kind of like do it a little further in the show.
Yeah, we do the political stuff first. Or
Yeah,
the
we
news.
do a lot of political stuff and news stuff first. And then we kind of get, the shenanigans going on later. I give my little signal, like we're about to get hot, get ready.
I will say real quick, I did make contact this week with Kathy O'Brien. Do y'all know who she is?
No.
Do a quick Google search on her.
Okay.
This is important.
Kathy?
This is show related.
Okay. Kathy O'Brien. Okay. I'm going to share my screen right now. Hold on.
The ashes fell kind of late. That's fine.
Okay, Jimmy, who's Kathy O'Brien?
This is Kathy O'Brien. If you do some more research on her, you'll find out that she is an MK Ultra survivor.
Oh.
And she was trafficked by presidents and senators and other people. She wrote a book about it called Transformation. I think it's what I have. She wrote 2 books about it. But she talks about the MK Ultra stuff and how it affected her throughout the years. Is there a little paragraph? Is there something you can read real quick?
Yes, it says Kathy O'Brien is an American conspiracy theorist and author who claims to have been a victim of a government mind-controlled program called Project Monarch, which she alleges was part of the CIA's Project MK Ultra.
All right, so I've made contact with her.
Wow.
And I mentioned to her about coming on the Political Corner, and she texted me back 2 days ago and said that she was interested in the offer. And so I sent her a clip of I sent her one of our videos we did, and I'm going to reach back out to her tomorrow to see if she'd be willing to come on the show for about an hour or so.
What?
Yeah.
Jimmy, you're crazy.
She knows she's like best friends with Roseanne Barr.
What?
Yeah.
Are you telling me this live?
Yeah. I'm telling you this live. Yeah.
Oh
So-
my god.
I've actually been on the phone with Kathy O'Brien talking to her about this stuff.
Way. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
You need to go back and look at the testimonies and the videos of Kathy O'Brien.
Oh, that's it. That's all I'm going to be watching until next Tuesday. Like, that's
Yeah.
it.
So yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Jimmy.
That would be a huge guest for the show.
Oh my gosh. I know. I'm going to be cheesing. I'm all night. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, Jimmy.
So she was used as a sex toy.
She was trafficked.
For the people in
Trafficked?
Congress.
Yeah.
No.
I'm telling. Yeah, 100%.
What?
What?
So I would suggest. I would suggest everybody do some research. Go look at the YouTube videos. Go look at her congressional testimony. She did that like in the 90s. Maybe you can find a short clip real quick.
Did Fitzmyer ever talk about her in some
What
of
is
his?
it? Congressional term. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me look that up.
What'd you say, Joseph?
Again? I'm sorry. I didn't even get to write this down. I was kind of listening until you said trafficked.
Fitzmyer, if I'm saying his name correctly, he was on Six Screens one time.
Oh, Fritz Springmeier. Yeah.
Yeah, Springmeier. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. I just don't think he's awake as he says he is. I mean, he's got some good stuff, but I've had conversations with him too, and he kind of doesn't believe in a deep state. So take that forward.
He believes that in this MK Ultra, and he has supposedly helped people to get deprogrammed from it.
Right. So yeah, it's a huge thing. So did y'all find anything on that?
Not on YouTube, no. I see her interviews and about a book and about the book she wrote, but I don't see like a congressional.
Well, is there like a 1 or 2 minute video?
No. I
To
mean,
teach
my
them?
YouTube is not giving it.
Go to X.
Okay. Or I mean, would it not be on Google? No.
I mean, you can do a Kathy O'Brien short video.
Okay, let's see. Short video.
And this is a treat for all of those folks that have stayed on with us this whole time. They
Yep. Okay, so no, I don't see it here. Okay, let me try X. One last attempt. And if anybody does find it in the future, just email it to me. My email is in the description. Kathy O'Brien. No.
Well, how was she groomed? You know,
her parents. If I recall correctly, her parents.
Just like the J-Dubs.
Correct.
Okay, is it this? 1977? She testified to the 95th U.S. Congress to accuse Hillary Clinton of rape and that she was a sex slave for Hillary and Bill Clinton?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's not short. It's 22 minutes.
Play like a minute or two and then cut it off.
Okay.
Just to whet the appetite.
Okay.
A teaser for next week. Oh yeah. Was it 1977 or 1997?
Well, the tweet says 1977.
Yeah, that's not. It's 97. I think it was.
Okay, so that might be a typo. Okay.
An enormous quantity of cocaine had been flown in on one of these operations, and it was to deliver it into the neighboring state of Arkansas. By that time, Bill Clinton's drug operation was in full swing. He was governor of Arkansas, and had delivered this cocaine to a remote airport in Ouachita Forest, which I've since identified as Mena Airport. I also delivered a little packet of information and a small quantity of cocaine, a personal stash from J. Bennett Johnston to Bill Clinton. I delivered it to Bill Clinton, and he cut out 2 lines of the coke, and he did inhale. That certainly wasn't the only time I saw Bill Clinton using cocaine. My sexual experience with Bill Clinton was extremely limited, in spite of the fact that I was a sex slave. It was my experience that Bill Clinton is bisexual, leaning far more towards the homosexual end. All I've ever seen him involved in was the homosexual activity, with very limited experience with him myself. Whereas my experience was much more prevalent with Hillary Clinton, because Hillary is also bisexual, leaning more towards the homosexual end, and it was she who accessed my sex programming to fulfill her perversions.
All right, stop it there.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get her on the show.
That'd be great if you could. That would be.
If that happens, and I can get her to come on the show, I think maybe I'll tell her to maybe come on at like 9 o'clock if she can do it, and then like the first hour we'll play clips. We'll play that 22-minute thing, video. We'll look up stuff to play for the audience to introduce her before she comes on the show.
Yeah. Will you do a weekly rundown of what current events?
Yeah, I mean, I can do the current events real quick, and then we can, knock those out, and then do a quick introduction for Kathy, and then have Kathy on.
Oh, good. Yeah.
That's a little plan that I haven't even spoke to Ruby about it yet, but
yeah, this is crazy.
That's an idea we can do.
Wow, that is crazy. Like that goes into like conspiracy theories and
oh, that's what this show is about, right?
Yes,
we do everything.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of missed what happened. All I heard was bisexual, but it's just late. It's my ADHD. It's my ADHD.
You didn't listen to that video?
I barely heard. I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. I
you
think
zoned
it's
out.
125.
Zoned out.
I just zoned out. Yeah.
I get it. I do it all the time too. It's okay. I got you though. You're gonna be here next Tuesday. It's okay.
So
wow.
I'll see what I can do.
Wow, Jimmy, that's amazing. Oh my god, I'm like freaking out. Okay. So yep, let's wrap it up. We've been here for a long time. It's almost 1:30 in the morning. Thank you. Wow, Jimmy, thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you, everybody who joined. Thank you to everybody in the chat. If you're watching this in the future, let me know how you feel about it in the comments. These are the types of conversations and people that I want to continue like entertaining. Like that would be amazing if we had her. Like remember when I had Ishan Jordan, like the politician who was running for office, and I interviewed him? That was another amazing moment where I was literally in real time talking to somebody who was running for office, doing like an exclusive interview with him. Running for
the other one we had Flat Earth Dave.
Oh, that was another one. Another
one.
The flat Earth theory. I was literally shaking for that one. Like I was sweating. I was nervous.
Nobody went to the moon.
Yeah.
Well, let me just tell you this real quick, Ruby, to prepare you, because this is an area of subject you don't really like to go into.
Right. Correct.
But you'll be jumping in when she comes on the show. You're going to be like, what? Your mind's going to be blown by the information this woman has.
I will just be listening. Like I wouldn't even be asking questions. Like I would just be listening because it would be the very first time that I'm hearing it from somebody who alleges that they went through that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if she can actually prove that. I don't know anything about her yet.
Yeah, her book, the book that she put out, oh God, what's the name of it? Hold on. Transformation is the
Okay.
It's a longer title than that, but Transformation is in the title. And then she did another book. And then when I ordered the book from her, she said, "Are you sure you want to go this deep? This is a deep read." She said, "You could start with the second one. It's a little easy. I know. Give me the deep stuff." And so I have her book in my office, and unfortunately, I haven't read the whole thing yet, and that's my fault.
No problem, because we can get that from the library and we can start reading it regardless if she comes on or not. You know what I'm saying? Like it opens up that door. Like now I know her name. Now I know her story. Now you know what I'm saying? Like it becomes a little bit more real than just we speculate or we talk about on the show.
And it goes into the trafficking. It goes into the mind fucks that they do on everybody. Yeah, it's crazy. So anyway.
Right. Wow. Very interesting.
Let's see what I can do.
Just take everything with a grain of salt. That's a Christian view.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you guys for joining. I'm gonna end the stream now. Thank you, Jimmy. That was an amazing little nugget, like surprise. You laid it on live, like I was cheesing in front of everybody. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll catch you next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Yeah, see you next week.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down, it's up, they know we run it, best believe it now, about to paint the city red, please don't burn it down.